What's up, Redstone Dust? This is the last, and Nate. This is the last part to this section. And then all that is left is that small section over there, and then I'm done. So I am really close to finishing. Anything past this point, after the stream, will, be part of the final section. Actually, no. I still have to do torches, but what's up, Blake? That's pretty nice. It's a good stream to go to, because this is it, honestly. Anything after this, um, anything after this is I'm gonna make a notification, or not a notification, a community post. What's up, games? And yeah, after this section, I'm gonna make a community post that will good lord, my voice. I'm gonna make a community post that will pretty much alert anybody about this project ending in the next section. So this is a pretty big deal. This stream right here is a very big deal because this might be the turning point to my entire channel. Like literally, that's how important this stream is. This might be almost single-handedly the most important stream besides the final stream, obviously. What's up, Brayden? It won't take too long. Oh yeah, I do have Discord. It's in the description. But I don't actually know how long the small section will take. It just depends on how much time I have between now and I move or whatever, or like whatever. Honestly, because I'm gonna be moving in like 2 weeks or whatever. So I don't really know, to be honest. I think in terms of time, it's like 2 weeks, but that might be spread out to a whole month, just because I may not have as much time as I think I do. So I don't know if I'm gonna tell Venom. I think somebody else is probably going to. I mean, it's kind of weird for me to say something about it, but I think it would be better if somebody else does. So after this, go crazy, honestly, with the advertisements. After this stream is done, go crazy with it, honestly. Like this is literally the turning point of the channel. Like this might actually be the turning point of the channel. This will determine This next section will determine if how big this channel actually gets, or like how big this project actually is for everybody to see. Like it will pretty much determine how much people want to see this project, or how interested people are in this project. No, definitely not. What's up, C-Buy? It's gonna be like probably 15 streams, maybe. This one took 20. That one's probably gonna take like 10 to 15. 15, I'm guessing 15 based on how many streams this one took. But it also depends on how long the sections, like each stream takes. So like some streams may be 8 hours, some streams may be 3 or 2 hours. So that's hard to say how many streams this is actually gonna take. I'm not that consistent with my hours, as you've probably seen. So yeah, this is gonna be it's so close. The last 2% of the world is almost here. So yeah, this is a big turning point. This stream determines a lot of things, honestly, or it might determine a lot of things. Maybe that community post mainly, but this is definitely the big moment. This right here, this stream is the big moment to the channel as a whole. What's up, Conrad? Yeah, determined to find diamonds. Like 16,000. Actually, well, technically not 16,000. It's like 8,000 diamonds, but 16,000 if you have fortune. I want to try to sacrifice this pickaxe a little bit. Get rid of as much lava as possible before I go to the end. This lava actually wasn't that bad, surprisingly. I've definitely had sections with a ton more lava than this. This section was pretty chill, for the most part. But yeah, you can say something that honestly I would say after this just say something to anybody, to be honest with you. Just because it's the final section. It's gonna go by so fast. I would rather people say something now than wait till like the last stream. Because here's the thing, if you say something now, people will have time to say something later on. Like it'll give people time to prepare for the final stream, if that makes sense. Which is why I suggest doing it after this stream is done. It's gonna be pretty amazing, depending on how many people join. But... Oh, you live 2 hours? Oh. Well, that's good for you then, because this stream may go on for a while. It's probably gonna be up to 6, 7 hours. So, it's good. It's actually a pretty good time for you. You actually have a really good time for these streams, not gonna lie. 2 hours is like almost perfect, just based on the times I stream most of the time. Okay, the reason why I don't use a water bucket is because I don't want to mine all that obsidian. I'd rather just place a bunch of stone. It's way faster. And I don't even keep the stone, so it makes it perfect. The stone is perfect for getting rid of the lava, just because I don't keep it. Alright, now I'm gonna go. Yeah, this is gonna be a big deal. I'm honestly really not planning on taking many breaks either, so that's why I'm taking this stream pretty seriously. Just because it's the end of the stream, or the end of the section. Mainly. I have to deal with the lag. Oh god, I don't know why I'm turning directions. Doing this, I don't know why I just did that. Okay, there we go. Should be good now. It's like one little... Never mind, I'm not good. AM is the morning, PM is the afternoon. AM I think is what, like after midnight, and then PM is past something. I just don't remember. Surprised I don't remember that actually. I don't know why I can't remember that actually. I forgot what. But yeah, this stream's a big deal. I mean, I even put final at the end. I didn't put finale because I'm saving finale tag, guess you could say, for the final part of the next section. It's gonna be Bedrock Massacre, entire world mined out, something something. I don't know, something like that. I'll figure out a title for the final stream. True finale. Because it is the true finale. It's the final part of the world, and it's the final part of that section of the final part of the world. Still don't know what's lagging me in this world. It doesn't make any sense. I never lagged in this world till now. At least with the Oh my god, dude. I swear to God. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish this because of the lag. That'd be actually really sad if I got lagged out of the world. Oh, I just realized. Oh, god dang it, man. Oh, I'll just use some dirt. It's not that much dirt anyway. Like 20. 2 to 3 hours. Yeah, 2 to 3 hours is plenty of time. I mean, this stream's gonna last like 6 hours. You can almost get a uh, full night of sleep, and my stream still may not even be done, to be honest. Also, thank you as well. What kind of aim was that? I was aiming straight at it. Give me a sec. Bully. No, I remember you. Alright, thank you for sharing. It's definitely much appreciated. It might get a bit crazy though, um, whenever I finish this, because this is the final stream for this section, so it's gonna be great. I'm gonna be mining the nether at the end as well. I thought about doing like mini games. I haven't done the nether at the end yet. No, that'll be after. I mean, I'm kind of just following the progression of Minecraft. I thought about doing some mini games, like maybe, yeah, I don't know, but I'm not too sure yet. That's just an idea. Just because they're a little bit more, action paced. So there isn't actually an outer island. Well, I mean, unless you're talking about the in-city islands. I'm considering mining one of those. Because after you mine one of them, there's no point because you can't really get the int back unless you. I mean, the only way I can possibly do that, I think, is if I respawn the Ender Dragon 4 or 5 times. But I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna go to that extreme. So I'm either just gonna mine the main end island, or I'm gonna mine uh, the in-city island. Because this end only has the main island. Because it's an old generation of the end. That, yeah. Just because console. It's a very limited size end. So it's pretty, kind of nice. Not gonna lie, those smaller little islands would be a pain to get rid of anyway, so it's fine. It's already a pretty crazy project on its own. Like, just the end. It's already like a 130-hour project or whatever. I'll just wait for diamonds, because I'm going to be mining over 2,000 of them whenever over 2,000 when I finish this section. Not this section, but like the final part of the... Because I have a lot of ores to mine. Like the final... the finale. Like after the finale, that's one of the main things I have to do. Is that... That's mining 2,000 diamonds, so I'm gonna have over 4,000 diamonds by the end of it. Not only that though, but I also have a bunch of diamonds in the chest too. That's just uh, I guess, chunk of diamonds that I have out of the few other ones that I've collected. I have over 11,000 diamonds total right now. I think it's like 11... 11,500 diamonds or something like that. All by hand. 11,500 diamonds, and then you have the 4,000. It's gonna be pretty close to 16,000 diamonds, I'm fairly certain. 15,000 at least. I wouldn't say I get tired, because I actually have a goal though, so I mean, I wouldn't really say I'm that tired, to be honest. No, don't get me wrong, it's not like I haven't taken breaks. I definitely have. It's usually because I'm dealing with other things, though. I'm not saying I don't have, I always have an interest in this project, because there are sometimes where I would prefer doing other things, but honestly, that doesn't happen very often. But it also depends on how much time I have, because these streams actually are pretty huge time commitment. I'm not even talking about like just the total time. Um, I'm talking about like in one go. Like putting all this time in one go instead of splitting it up into other things. It's quite the sacrifice, I would admit, but honestly, I think it's gonna be quite worth it. The sheer satisfaction from doing this project will be unrivaled. And I'm pretty sure other people may agree with me on that one, to be honest. Um, but yeah, so honestly for motivation, it just depends on what you're actually trying to accomplish, to be honest, with your, like, with the project or whatever. So what's the reasoning behind doing the project, and like what are you really trying to achieve with it? I mean, what you're wanting to achieve is isn't as important, I would say, to compared to what what's motivating you. So like the why. So don't really think of too, like, for example, if I just thought about the product of this world, which is literally just mining a world, that doesn't really do much, but having a good reason why of doing something is probably much more important. Actually, it's pretty much crucial. It's far more important than anything. Like, don't even think about the product. Most of the time, people think about the product, which is where the sunk cost fallacy comes from, where people think that the product may not be worth it compared to how much time they put into it. I really would say to people is don't follow too much on the product, because you don't really know if you're actually getting that as a product or not, or you don't even know if that product is even worth it in the first place. So I would say just figure out, get a good reason why you want to do it, and just stick to it. Stick to it regardless. Like, don't think about anything else, I would say. Even for me, it's hard for me to follow that advice, by the way. It's not easy advice to follow. I can barely even follow it, is having a motivation and just sticking to it, regardless of what sacrifices you're making. Honestly, I would just say that. Just, it's like having faith. You have to have like faith with what you're doing and understand why you're doing it, and then you basically get the product later. It's an output. It's a product of what you're doing. Like, this is like the magnum opus to the channel, or to the Minecraft community. This is like my own magnum opus. I am 21. So just find a good reason to be motivated in the first place, and you should be fine. Don't rely on that motivation, just get the work done. That's what I would say. Plan before, and then figure out the why you're doing it, and then just stick to it. That's it. That's all I have to say to it. Because here's the thing. If you try to rely too much on motivation, you're not gonna like the work. Most people don't like working to get a goal. Let's be honest here. Nobody really does. Nobody likes putting in the work to do a goal. But if you actually just plan and just have a good reasoning for doing something, and you have at least a vague idea of the output that you're producing, then you'll be fine. You just gotta stick to it. That's it. You just gotta continuously work on it. And by the way, that why reasoning could be very vague. It doesn't have to be this grand magnum opus or whatever, or scheme or whatever. It doesn't have to be super grand. It could be something simplistic as well. You just gotta figure out if that reasoning behind it's actually something that will provide satisfaction in your life or value. Satisfaction or value, whatever one, honestly. Because satisfaction doesn't always have to provide value. Value in itself is just you helping yourself, but satisfaction is pure passion on its own. That's all I'm saying. It's way harder than it actually sounds, though, to be honest with you. I can't deny the difficulty of just sticking to a motivation, sticking to something, because people don't like sacrifice, let's be honest here. People don't like sacrificing things, so, because every choice you make, you're sacrificing another choice, so people don't like sacrificing those choices, or they're afraid of what they're going to be sacrificing, so honestly, it really just comes down to sticking to it, which is why I would suggest just find a good reason to do something and then to stick to it. Satisfaction or not, it doesn't matter. It's your own choice anyway, so it doesn't matter what other people think. Obviously, unless you're doing something so immoral to the point where you may be criticized by other people, then in that case you might want to consider what you're actually doing. Consider the consequences. I wouldn't specifically say, I mean, it's part of the motivation. It's part of it. I mean, motivation, usually you can find motivation in things. Like, for example, my original motivation was basically just the satisfaction of the project, which honestly, I would say that is actually my number one motivation, is the pure satisfaction of this project. I can't deny that. And then the second motivation is probably um, the enjoyment or satisfaction of the channel. That's two. And then the third, what I would have to say is um, being remembered. Being remembered is actually the least out of the priorities, surprisingly. Out of all the motivations that I've collected during this project, just that satisfaction, the progression of this project is quite satisfying, which is one of my main motivations. Yeah, I play other games. Not many though, to be honest. It's gonna be mainly this channel whenever I finish, whenever I move. Mainly this channel. I play Smash Ultimate. That's the main game I play outside of this. I don't really play many other games. I mean, I'll occasionally dip into other games, but it's like super casual, so in terms of actually playing games seriously, this and Smash Ultimate are probably the only games that I realistically play on a weekly, daily, yeah, pretty much on a weekly basis, daily/weekly basis. That may change though whenever I finish. That may change whenever I move. I don't know how much time I'm gonna have, so I may have to prioritize this project mainly whenever I move, because I may not have too much time. But we'll see, honestly. I'll definitely figure that out later. Yeah, I'm gonna make a video. I'm gonna make the final update video. It will show it's a montage of all the sections, at least some of them. At least what footage I have of them. Update video or not. It could be like a montage of the streams, it could be a montage of the update videos of pretty much every single section. And then it's one final showcase of the world. One final roundabout, I guess you could say, of the entire world. I'm just curious at how the community is gonna respond to this project, to be honest with you. I'm really curious. I know this project is super negative or really positive most of the time, so I can't wait to see all the negative and positive comments from this channel. It's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting seeing both sides of the spectrum for this channel. And seeing people's arguments about things too, which is kind of odd, but you know. No, there's gonna be some. Don't worry. There are definitely gonna be some negative comments. They may not be specifically on the YouTube channel, but they might be on other social media platforms at least. There might be a few on the YouTube channel, but my god, dude. There's gonna be quite a few. Now, don't get me wrong. This is there are gonna be way more positive comments though. It's like unanimously 99% positive, so it's not like the positive isn't gonna overshadow or anything like that. Because it definitely will. Like, no doubt. And if you're wondering why I'm doing it by hand without using TNT dupers or world eaters, it's purely because I'm trying to keep the project as close as possible to its original form factor of Operation Bedrock by Sword King 090. So, if you're curious at why I'm doing it by hand, it's really because of that. I'm trying to keep this project like how people have seen it, if you know what I mean. Like, I'm keeping the vision of this project how it used to be, like how people have tried this project so many times, but I'm keeping it as close to possible, or close to the vision of this project as possible, I guess you could say. Because honestly, I don't think this project would be looked at the same way if I used TNT dupers or world eaters, to be honest. I don't think it would. It really wouldn't. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting backstory with the project. Also an increase of satisfaction as well, by the way, with doing it by hand. I can't wait to see all the comments though about me not using TNT dupers or wood eaters. There's gonna be so many. Or at CLE. Oh, that kind of sucks actually, because you're probably gonna miss it unless you wake up at like 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. or something like that. I only have 5 beacons. I tried to do the minimal amount of setup for this project. I have 6 beacons in the wait, no, I have, well, 5 double beacons. I have 10 beacons total. Minimal setup for this project. Because the thing is, I didn't want to do too many beacons, because I wanted I wanted to section off the world, just for update video's sake. And it'd be easier to, you know, mentally keep track of this project too. Makes it a bit easier. Yeah, I constantly, I won't say constantly, but I pretty consistently move them. I mean, to be honest here, it's not that bad because these sections take so much time. Moving beacons are practically nothing to me. Now, don't get me wrong, I could probably make beacons across the entire world, I'm fairly certain, at this point. I think it takes roughly 121 beacons to cover the entire world, but I don't know if I have enough iron for that. I could be totally wrong on that, but I might have enough iron to cover the entire world. I definitely don't have enough beacons to do that, though. Artsy. Hockey. What's up, Pie Man? It's a pretty good stream to go to because I'm about to finish, or getting pretty close to finishing. Depends on what you mean by plenty of water. I've been drinking water though, I, a decent amount. At least I don't need that much water, cause not doing much. So I guess there's that. I would say I've been drinking a decent amount though. I'd say a pretty good amount of water. What's up, noted? Actually, I'll just do Blaze. Blaze makes more sense. Um, yeah, it's almost over. It's kind of, I would say it's unfortunate. The weird part of it's gonna feel really weird having this project done. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's weird doing a project for 4.5 years nearly straight. I mean, I've taken breaks, but it's definitely gonna be weird doing this project for so long and finally having it done. It's gonna be actually hard to believe that the thing is finally gonna be done. Now, I still have the nether and the end to do, but even then, it's still gonna be very odd. Not seeing stone, dirt, ores constantly for hours and hours on end, it's really odd. It's gonna be really odd not seeing those materials for so long. What's up, Jonathan? Yeah, this is the last stream for this part. Well, technically I'll have another stream with torches, but in terms of mining, actually I may do the torches today actually, depending on what time. Even then I may still stay up late anyway because I know my sleep schedule's been pretty horrible anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. But uh it's crazy that this is the final part to the section. With part 1 of Road to 100%. Exactly 40 parts as well, which is pretty cool. I mean, I'm already halfway done with this layer, and I just have one more layer left, and I'm done. So, and then after that, I'm gonna make a community post that shows this part being done, and then showing that like, hey, there's only one part left. Get as many people as possible, or tell as many people as possible. Uh, this project is finally coming to its final conclusion. It's finally being concluded after so many years. What's up, Pete? I think I could get pretty good at PvP. I considered even trying PvP, but I think I'm okay at it. I'm not that good though. I could get probably pretty good at it though, to be honest. No, I think I'll be good. I don't think I'm ready to PvP anybody, honestly. At all, to be honest. Like, I'm definitely not ready at all. Yeah, I'd imagine it's mainly experience. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's still probably some skill aspects to it, like being able to like jitter click or the clicking method, stuff like that. There's more technical things to PvP, but I mean, for the most part, it's pretty alright. I'm probably okay. I'm probably not. I definitely wouldn't consider myself even the slightest being good, to be honest, or anything. Even though those terms, saying somebody's good, saying somebody's a master, I don't know. All those terms are kind of subjective, to be honest. There's a very big perspective change. I mean, I guess the only time is if somehow you're literally shaping the meta of something. Like, if you're so good at something, you're shaping the meta, or like just you're so good that you're undisputed number one in whatever it is. Then obviously there's stuff like that, but I mean, even then, most of the time it's pretty subjective. Which I'm guessing is the reason why a lot of people love leaderboards when it comes to PvP, is because it's more of an objective understanding, like rankings and leaderboards. It's just a more objective way to understand where you're at in skill. What's up, Jack? Um, so I have 2 layers on this, or 1.5 layers at this point, which I should finish by today. And then the smaller section should take around a month. Being pretty casual about it, though, to be fair, because I'm gonna be moving soon, so 2 weeks would be realistically how long that next section would take. But honestly, if I'm gonna be moving, then I won't have that much time, and I have other priorities as well. So I have to figure that one out. What's up, spooky boy? So I can only estimate the amount of blocks using a few sources. I can only estimate, so I made a block analysis community post that basically showed like how many blocks are in this entire world, roughly. I mean, it's super rough. Minus a few 100,000 blocks, because it still wasn't that accurate, but it's fairly accurate. So if you're wondering how many blocks, it is, it's roughly 30 million blocks of stones and the variants. So if you account for the andesite, diorite, and granite, that is it equals up to roughly 30 million, give or take. 10 million blocks of dirt, sand, and gravel combined is 40 million total blocks in the overworld. And if you're accounting for water, it's roughly 5 million, give or take. 45 million blocks total in the overworld. And then the nether, I'm going to use the calculations based on IBX Toycat's video on how long it would take to destroy an entire nether, which is roughly 50% water, 50% air, and 50% blocks, which is roughly 6 million blocks of netherrack, not accounting for every other calculation because they don't really mean that much. So 6 million blocks in the nether, plus the 40 million, 46 million blocks, and then you have roughly, if you don't account for the water, and then it's about a million blocks in the end. So 47 million blocks. So 47 million blocks total if you're counting all three dimensions, not counting for water, and a little over 50 million blocks. I would give or take, even if that's a high number, um, like even if I'm too high on the calculations, I would say it's probably still a minimum of 50 million blocks that I have to mine and drain total in this entire world. But by the way, that's also not accounting for the lava in the nether, which is another 400,000 blocks, so I don't really know. It's probably the best I can do, though. Okay, I placed torches just to keep it light, and it kind of looks cool, too. There's not, like, a very specific reason I do it. I just do it just because it looks cool and it's nighttime. Or it looks cool when it's night, and it just looks cool in general. Also, give me a second. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, so there isn't a really good reason to place torches, to be honest. It's really just because it looks cool, and it also just kind of helps keep track of sections I've mined and stuff like that. I don't really know. Like, there really isn't a great reason to place torches, to be honest with you. Can't really think of much, to be honest. It also makes the world pretty unique, too. Or at least more unique than it should be, at least. It's kind of just a good way to section what section is done or what isn't. Like, it's easier to keep track of the sections. It's like the ending point to each section, I guess you could say as well. But it's mainly just because it looks cool, though. The next layer is the bottom. Layer 4 is the bottom layer. At least for this project. I mean, technically it's not, because there's still a few layers of bedrock, but I mean, at least where the bedrock starts spawning is the final layer. Just for consistency's sake. I'd rather this project be as consistent as possible and not have to deal with anything else. Got one layer left after this. This layer's actually going by way faster than I thought it was, to be honest. Can't really deny that. Oh yeah, the first person to go to the, I knew the person who really blew up was just Kilo Crazy Man, the first person to walk to the Farlands. That was a big deal. First person to walk to the world border wasn't really... Unfortunately, it's really unfortunate that they didn't get much from it, but... I'm really curious. Like, they really didn't get much recognition for that project. Now, to be fair, it was less significant as well, but that still doesn't discredit their work into doing the project. Same with this project too. I'm really curious at how much people will know about this. I'm really curious at how this is going to be portrayed, or how this how this project in general is going to be portrayed to the community. Not even just the Minecraft community, but the entire internet, honestly. Because apparently this thing goes a little bit further than just the Minecraft community, to be honest. kind of knew what you were talking about though, because most people who think of walking to the world border usually think of the far lands. So I definitely see where you were getting at there. We'll see though how far this thing goes. We'll see how far this project actually takes it, or how far this project takes this channel. I'm actually pretty curious. We will see soon enough whenever I do a community post on the final section today, or technically I think I'm gonna be doing it tomorrow. We will see how far this thing goes, because I'm really curious, and pretty sure the other people are curious as well. Here we go again. It's so close. This stream is literally the turning point for this project, and the channel. It is the true turning point. I would say, probably the turning point. What's up, Blueberry Jones? So close. I'm surprised. It's actually quite crazy that people are still following this project. I'm actually genuinely surprised that people are still following this after 50%. Especially after, this channel's kind of been falling off. I mean, it probably won't be falling off whenever I finish, but you know what I mean. Like, it's been slowly, I've been decreasing in subscribers for literally years now. Well, sort of. There's one part where I gained a bunch of subscribers, but for the most part, I've been losing for the past, like, year or so. That may change in the next couple of months, but never really know about that. All those people who left may be coming back. Never really know, to be honest, with this channel. And it's kind of amazing. I love the randomness to this channel, honestly. It's pretty unique. There's nothing steady about it. It's pure chaos. This entire project is almost pure chaos, which is pretty cool. I like that chaotic factor to it. The insane factors to this project and channel. It's pretty nice. Makes it a bit more unique. A lot of my motivation just comes from progression of the project, like going through layers and stuff like that, like basically aiming for a goal, like small goals. And then those smaller goals turn into bigger goals, and then those goals turn into even bigger goals, and then eventually you get a project like this. Now at the same time, I do have to just think about what I'm actually getting and what I'm really sacrificing. To be honest, it's more like not thinking too much about the end result every single stream, really. I'm trying not to think about the end product too much and more about the journey than anything. Because the journey is way more important. There's a reason people say that, and that's just because the journey is way more important just because the idea of finishing something versus actually finishing it is much more satisfying. Or, I guess you can say doing the project itself is much more satisfying than the idea of the project itself, which is one of the main reasons. It's kind of like putting up with stuff. Like, there's a lot of things you don't want to do, but you gotta put up with it anyway. It's similar to this project where, now, do I really realistically want to do all this mining to do this project? Not entirely. But if I want to do this project on its own, like if I want this project to be done, then I gotta put up with all this mining and all this stuff, like placing the stone, all this stuff. I have to deal with a bunch of things. During the project and outside of the project, by the way. I'm not even just accounting for the stuff to get to the goal. It's also dealing with other things outside of the goal itself. But the satisfaction you get is like beyond imaginable. It may help you, it may help other people in a lot of scenarios. It may set you up for success in other areas. Not everything, obviously, but it's more like a byproduct. People need to stop thinking about the product more than the journey itself. Which is something I'm trying to actually deal with other things outside of this project. Really trying to understand, is this something that say for example, if I'm like doing a career or whatever, if a career is something that I want, then I'm gonna have to put up with whatever path I really take, like regardless. Like wanting a perfect career, like having an amazing career or a dream job versus just having a career is so different from each other. It's actually kind of insane. But so it's like, it's really, what do you actually want out of this? Like, what's your reason? What's your motivation behind um what you're trying to accomplish in a way? Like, what are you really trying to accomplish? And then you just figure out, what are you willing to sacrifice? It's all about sacrifice. What are you willing to sacrifice um to get what you want? What are you willing to sacrifice? Because you have to sacrifice something, because every choice you make closes a door from another choice. So like every door you open, another door has to close, pretty much. So it's like, what are you really willing to sacrifice to get what you want? Um, Stuff like that. I don't know. What's up, crazy guy? I wouldn't say I have a dream job. That's what I'm um, trying to figure out is like, I wouldn't specifically say I have a dream job, because I've never really valued um, the job itself, more like the idea of the job, which is what I'm trying to get out of, is like, I'm basically just trying to ignore the idea of a job versus the job itself, but that's still more difficult than it sounds, because it's hard to experience a job when you can't really get the job, if you know what I mean. I wouldn't say I specifically have a dream job. Now, having this channel would be cool. Like, don't get me wrong, I would definitely run this channel full time if I could. If this channel gets that big. If I figure out something I want to do in this channel. What's up, Ivan? It's all about priorities, really. Like, what do you really want to prioritize? Do you want to prioritize high salary? Then you're gonna have to put up with certain jobs, a potentially high stressful job or lack of security, whichever one, depending on what you depending on what field you go into with a high salary, like a sales role versus like a developer role, or having to spend a long time on education. Then it's like, okay, do you want jobs? Do you want job security, or do you want uh high growth with like autonomy? Then you'd pick something like sales or whatever. Um, are you very career focused, or are you just trying to get a career for money? Like, are you trying to make career like your, like, I won't say idol, but it's like a main priority? Are you prioritizing your career, or are you just prioritizing things outside, like a hobby or whatever? If you're prioritizing a hobby, then it's like, well, pick a career that, doesn't take extra curricular stuff to go through, like hoops, for example. Oh, something like that. Which is what I'm trying to figure out is like, I think the reason why I'm at crossroads for careers is just purely because of the fact that I mean, first thing I need to get out of my head the idea of a job versus actually doing the job, and then I could be a little bit better about it, and then figure out like what those jobs or careers really do they align with the meaning that I have, or like what am I really willing to put up with to get a goal? Like, um, what do I really want to prioritize in a career or wanting to get a career? Like constant learning, but it's like, what type of learning? Stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff. Yeah, I use a joystick just because I can't really use a mouse because Legacy doesn't support mouse and keyboard, unfortunately. So I'm very limited to a controller. This controller, I have no clue how these controllers haven't broke. Actually, I did break a red controller. The joystick. It was my first ever PS4 controller, though, to be fair. It's not the worst thing. I'm just very limited. That's the only issue. It's actually pretty comfortable. It's just very limited in the way I have to mine. I can't do 3x3 areas and stuff like that. I can't do the spiral method. I can't really do anything like that. I can't do any fast mining methods. Really, because I can't go that fast with the joystick, and I can't have that much control. The joystick is so limited in its movement. By the way, if anybody's new here or anything like that, if I'm lagging, just remember it's probably not the stream and it's probably the game, because I still don't entirely know why I'm lagging in the section. This section specifically. I don't know why I didn't lag last section, especially this bad. I'm thinking it's because of the next section, but I could be totally wrong on that. Fall asleep quickly, figure out some sleep aid, and then wake up early. That's literally it. If you wake up at a consistent time early enough, then you can wake up early or whatever, or you can fall asleep at the same time. You just need consistency with your sleep. You need consistent sleep over a period of time. It's very difficult to do or to pull off properly. It's not too difficult. I've definitely done it before, but honestly, I can, yeah, or yeah, mine out a wall, and you'll see how tedious it is, and you fall asleep while doing it, or watch it. By the way, it's probably just as boring for you guys to watch it than it is for me to mine, by the way. You'd be surprised. Seriously, it's actually, I think, the second most difficult thing besides breaking pickaxes that I have to deal with. Probably the second most difficult thing in this project. Nothing else even comes close, to be honest. Besides those two things. They've set me back way more than anything else. Not even close. It's as weird as that sounds. Because the thing is, if I don't get good sleep, then I'm probably just gonna fall asleep on stream, almost guaranteed. This is the last... Well, this is the last section of the big section. Like, this is part one, so... This is the final part of the first part, I guess you could say. This is the final part of the big section, like the big portion of the section. Then there's a smaller section next to it over there that I'm right next to. After that, then it's done. It's so the true final section's actually the end. This part right here, this section, or the next section. It's kind of confusing, but it's basically like, okay, I have the final section, which is split into two parts, which is a big major section, which is this one, and then there's a minor section, which is the next section, and then it's done. Hence why I have part one versus part two. Why it says road to 100% part one. And then it's part two. And then the final stream will have a different stream title, which is like, you know, mine out the world, Bedrock Massacre complete, entire Minecraft world mined out. Or, actually, no, that's mainly going to be the final video, but the final stream is going to be like true finale, Bedrock Massacre true finale. And then that's the final stream, and then overworld is done. It feels so far, or it feels so close, but yet so far. This project definitely defines that statement or that phrase. Oh god, didn't expect that. Give me a second. if you consider those deaths, then if you consider me being near death, quitting before I actually die, like basically I'm guaranteed death unless I quit, then then I've died quite a few times. A few, but it's still pretty rare regardless. I've died by mainly lava. That's my main death source, is lava. But another way I've died is actually jumping off the edge without my armor. I've done that before, by the way. I forgot the reason why, but somehow I've done it. At least once. It's really a good idea, actually. I do not have cape inventory on. I don't have any cheats. This world is pretty pure survival. The only thing I've done that technically broke the pure survival aspect was duping 30 sponges, but even then that was still technically in survival, so this is a pure survival world, so I've never went into creative on this at all, ever. I still get the message about going into creative warning, like the creative warning thing. The weird thing is you can still enter a world in creative technically, but if you just don't save the world, you just exit. So I could technically showcase this world in creative and then just exit without saving. But even then, I still don't know if people even consider that being in creative or not, to be honest with you. That lag is crazy though. For some reason, it just never happened last section, but it's happening this section for some reason. Oh God, no. The funny thing is, I've done it before, but it was because I was saying somebody's name. Honestly, yeah, I don't really know why I've actually I don't know why it's lagging like this. Trying to wrap my head around it. Also, if you see me randomly pause, I'm either drinking some water or it's probably lagging. Actually, most of the time I pause, it's usually, at least at this point, it's usually lag, unfortunately. Just to let the lag settle. No, it's not the lava, because if it was the lava, then it would be lagging last section. It just started this section, the lag. That's the crazy part. The lava doesn't lag it, the torches don't lag it, because that would have lagged the entire time I was playing on the old sections. So the only thing I can think about is if it's in this section, like this section right here, the next one. That's the only thing I can think about it lagging. I don't know how else it would lag. I'm too far away from the chests from my storage system. It's not even a system, just storage in general. It I'm too far away from really any entities, and it's not the blocks, and it's not the blocks on the ground either, by the way, because it would constantly be lagging. If that was the case. Like, the only thing I can think about is the fact that there's a bunch of mobs spawning in the next section. Like, there's a grassland and there's like a little ocean, which means that there's squids. There's squids and sheep and cows and chickens trying to spawn in the next section. So that's literally the only thing I could possibly think about. That would probably be lagging me. Just because I just got to this section, but... So it's probably that. I mean, I don't really know though, so... It's most likely that, I would say. It is crazy. It's still crazy how close I am to finishing this, so it's still gonna be insane even thinking about the fact that I'm on the last section in the next couple of hours. Never, honestly, it kind of just feels like the day would ever come. To be honest, I didn't think the day would actually ever come. Well, I mean, I knew it would. It's just still hard to believe, to be honest. Still so hard to believe. VTubers. I don't really have. I never really looked too far into VTubers, so. So I don't really have much of an opinion on it. I know many people thought this project was impossible. You know what's crazy though? I had no point of reference for this project, by the way. I had no other, like for example, all the people who went to the Farlands, besides Kilo. I mean, he also started it as well, but I had no point of motivation for, like, I wouldn't say motivation, it's more like point of understanding how long this would take, because at least, uh, like the other people who did this project had some point of reference with Kilo and Kurt J-Mac actually making good progress on this project. I had literally none at the time because it was 2017. No Kilo, no Farlands, besides Kurt J-Mac. Even then, they'd considered impossible at that point. So I had to go purely based on the hours presented by IBX Toycat, which even then, I would say that's heavily too much. It's too many hours for that project. I'd say like half that many hours for this project. So it was like 5,200, which is 2,750 or something like that. 2,700 hours, somewhere around there, for this project. I would say at least. But yeah, I had no other point of reference for this project. How insane it would be. I had to go purely based on just progress alone. I basically had to go off of like how long would this actually take for me to do. I couldn't go off of like how long did it take other people to do this project. I had to go purely based on my own plan, which apparently has worked perfectly. based on how long this has taken me. Because I did plan this almost 5 years out, by the way. I planned this at least 4 years out. Like, almost to a T. Exactly how long this would take. Obviously, I couldn't predict the exact month. That'd be impossible. But, I got pretty close. I said in 2017, in December 2017, I would finish this by 2022, so... yeah. I said worst case scenario was 2022, in which, to be fair, it's kind of been worst case scenario, to be honest. But, still, 2022 was a prediction that I had for this project. Now, I definitely think I could have finished this way faster than I possibly could have imagined. First thing, if I didn't take almost, like, 6 months up to a year worth of breaks, year at worst, and then 6 months is, like, best case scenario. If I didn't take those breaks, then it probably wouldn't have been, definitely would have finished. But, you know, I wish the patience and persistence would reflect other things that I have, but I don't have much motivation and many other things, to be honest with you. I think it's only because this is a very straightforward path. This project is a very straightforward path. There's nothing about it. There's nothing unknown about it. It's kind of just like you do the entire path and you get that result. It's very straightforward. It's a very straightforward path. Now, I'm not saying it still isn't difficult to do, because, I mean, if it was that easy, then obviously somebody else would do it. Sword King would have finished it by this point. It was easy. Somebody else probably could have done it. All those people who saw IBX Toy Cat's video. Definitely, but... I mean, at that point, the Far Lands was considered impossible, and that project was only, like, 800 hours, so... And I say only 800 because this thing is like 2,500, so only is a pretty justified statement when it's 3 times less. Literally a third of this project is a Far Lands project. It's a very straightforward path, which does not reflect other things. It's hard to say, honestly. But thank you as well. It's definitely hard to believe I'm even receiving that. I've always considered myself pretty impatient for the most part. Now, I have considered myself very tenacious, but in terms of patience, I've never really considered myself patient. But, I mean, I don't know. I know it's not for me to judge for myself being patient or not patient. It's probably the biggest completed project, or it will be the biggest completed project in Minecraft up to date, at least. Up to this date, at least. Not saying somebody probably won't one-up me on this project, because it's definitely possible. People definitely are determined enough to do it. But it's very unlikely still. It's probably the biggest project, or will be the biggest completed project. Up until the Build the Earth project. That's the only other project that's probably bigger than this one up to this point. I mean, yeah, you can make any project big, but in terms of a set project, this is probably the biggest for now. In terms of a set goal that isn't just completely super abstract, because you could make a project that lasts your entire lifetime if you wanted to, but there isn't any set project that's this big that I know of. The closest one right now is going to the world border, or going to the edge of the world of a old or classic size, not classic, a beta world, beta 1.7.3. If you remember Mystical Midget, the person who walked to the edge of the world, basically 32 million blocks out, that basically had him fall through the world or whatever. That's probably the second biggest project up to this one. To be honest. No, I'm still scared to know how many hours I've put into this project, to be honest. Pretty terrified at the number, to be honest. Especially if you account for breaks. I'd pretty much just say this project is 3,000 hours. I'm fairly certain it's at least 3,000 hours if you're accounting for breaks. Because I've taken quite a few breaks on this project, to be honest with you. But I'm fairly certain I'm fairly certain it's over 3,000 hours with breaks. It could be up to even 3,500 hours if you're accounting for breaks. I would say, well, kinda. I would say it's sort of significant. I mean, if you think about it though, 4.5 years, this is a project that's split up to 4.5 years. This is a near, if not up to 3,000 hour project to 4 years. It's not like I wouldn't say it's significant, to be honest with you, just purely because of the amount of average time I've spent on this project. By the way, I've spent I'm pretty sure less than 2 hours on average on this project through the entire project itself. Less than 2 hours a day, on average. I'd say like 3 hours at best, is the amount of time. But I'm fairly certain the average is like 2 hours per day. Now this is like 2 hours per day every single day for what, like 4.5 years straight or something like that, but even then I still don't think it's even 2 hours, to be honest. But I would have to say that 4.5 hours is a pretty significant chunk of time. Like, I can't deny how many years that is. It is kind of weird though, thinking that this is going to be the biggest project, the longest completed journey in this game, if you think about it. Because you have Kurt J-Mac, which is how many years? Like 10 years, but he's not even close to being done. Kilo only took 9 months. Everybody else has only taken a year. And I've taken 4.5 years. So this might be the longest completed journey in this game. Longest project in the game, I guess you could say. Longest completed journey. Because nothing else has taken this long and has this level of significance and has been completed. I don't think so, at least. Everything else is taken either isn't finished, or they finished it very quickly. Not gonna lie, it's been pretty enjoyable though. I can't deny how enjoyable the journey's been over time. I'd say the channel really has sold the journey. Like, if I didn't have this channel and I didn't live stream it, the journey would definitely be a lot less boring. I mean, a lot more boring than it possibly could. Like, I can't deny how lively this project has been just because of chat and live streaming in general, documenting the progress as a whole. Like, I can't deny the livelihood from the channel. How much it's actually brought people to see this project. It's been absolutely absurd. I can't deny that. It definitely is important. It's more important than I could possibly imagine, to be honest with you. Note-taking as well, which I guess is technically a form of documentation. Or, I mean, yeah, it is documentation because it's documenting information for your mind to consume or be referenced later on. What's up, Postal Chinchilla? It is really, I mean, can you imagine how many people do you think would actually believe me if I told them I'd mine an entire classic world? Um, Even just saying that without, even if you're not even accounting for the method of using the the method of mining, even just saying that I mined an entire classic world kind of sounds absurd. Like, can you imagine the amount of people would actually believe me? Basically zero. Let's be honest here. Practically zero people would believe me if I told them that. So documentation for a project like this is pretty crucial. It's great to look back on too. I can't deny how cool looking back on your progress is. Like, I don't know how many people have done that before. Like, I don't know how many people have actually documented their progress and have looked back on their old progress. The satisfaction is actually amazing. It's like your nostalgia. It's like the best form of nostalgia, honestly. I think mending makes this project possible. I don't think it's actually no. No, it's possible without mending. It would just be really annoying. It would be really annoying. But yeah, no, I'm pretty sure nobody. Okay, so that block of land is did I just reset the Oh my god, did I just reset the nether on accident? I don't think I Oh my god, I can't believe I actually did that. Now, the thing is, resetting the nether isn't that bad, except for one thing. I just Oh my god, dude. Freaking Christ, have mercy. I just reset an entire double beacon. No, not double beacon, it was a single beacon. So I just lost 2,000 iron in with one button click. But, I mean, 2,000 iron isn't that bad, though, because I have over 100,000. So, it's not that big of a deal. It's still kind of annoying, though. I did lose a beacon, though, which is really unfortunate. Actually, wait a minute. If I don't... What's up, Pie Man? I think if I don't save, though... Wait, I'm gonna try something. If I don't save... Wait. I think... God dang it, man. Thank you, Pyman, for the $2 donation. But, oh god, dude. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but it is still kind of annoying thinking about it. I don't know why you can reset the nether, to be honest with you. But I don't blame them. If you can reset the end, then obviously you should be able to reset the nether. Imagine being able to reset the overworld. That would be annoying. Kind of glad that isn't a feature. I wouldn't say it's pointless, but I mean, like if you have a bunch of stuff in the nether and it's like you don't care too much about the nether or you wanted to reshape the nether in some way or something like that. I don't know. If you shape the nether in a way you don't really want it, you could just restart, I guess. I don't know. Okay, I need to go to the nether. I need to figure out if it actually did reset real fast. I don't know if it actually reset. Because I just did it without saving, I think. I hope I didn't save during that when I was talking. Like subconsciously. Hopefully I didn't just, subconsciously save without thinking about it, but we will see. Oh no, never mind, I'm good. My god, there are so many villagers. No, I'm good, never mind. I still have the beacon. It's good. Why are there so many villagers in here? Like, I know that... My god, have mercy. Where did they go? Did they go down there? Oh. They're just everywhere. Okay. I'm good now. Now I can save it, when I exit. I'm good. It's fine. I still have all the iron and the beacon. Okay, I know this is gonna lag a lot. It is kind of crazy thinking about I only have this much left. Okay, good. I thought it crashed for a second. I'm not gonna lie. I know it pauses a lot, but dang, like, still pretty terrifying to think about. Okay, so the section is 431 by 31. So it's 431 blocks long, the same length as this section. It's 31 blocks wide. This one's 100 blocks wide, by the way, so if you want a comparison. It's like a third, roughly. Which means it won't take nearly as long. No. It won't take nearly... I don't know why I'm mining when I have to go to the end. I'm like flustered from what happened, to be honest. I thought I screwed up, like, so badly. I wouldn't say it would... I mean, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, but... Okay, I should be fine now. Oh my god, dude. I'm so glad this version doesn't have any kind of saving or like auto saving. I mean, it does if you can turn it on, but I'm glad there's an option where you don't have to have auto save on. I'm so glad for that. I don't know why other versions don't have that, to be honest. For single player worlds. Now, don't get me wrong, it's kind of busted because you can just exit right where you die, but still. Dude, this lag is just still absurd. Yeah, it's like 800,000. It's a little over 800. It's like 900K or something like that. Because the big section is the big section's 2,700,000, and it's like a third of it, so we're pretty close to a third of it. It's a little over 900,000, I'm pretty sure. I'm not dealing with that. That's staying. All the storage and stuff like that is staying because I kind of need it for the nether, to be honest. I need everything on the, or most things. And where am I supposed to keep everything? In the air? I gotta keep something in the world. I mean, the only thing I'm not keeping, obviously, is the actual world itself, so. Oh no, anything that is mined out in the world is staying. Like anything I build, I need to build something for a person. Okay, there's a person who donated $1,000. I need to build them a beast trigger sign. A long time ago, they asked for a beast trigger sign. I need to build them one. I'll probably build it either like during the next section, or I'll probably build it after. I don't know. Stuff like German Empire. The nether's limited to 285 by 285. It's technically 288 by 288, but if you're accounting for the... I think if you're accounting for the bedrock, it's 285 by 285. On this version, there's a border. Just like every other version on this console. Because it's a console edition, it's limited, so... Or it's more limited than the other versions. I mean, the other versions are still limited, they're just so big that they're practically unlimited. I don't think any person ever is going to utilize, even a server, I don't think a server can ever utilize all of a Minecraft world. It's pretty much impossible. Even 2B2T, which is arguably the largest Minecraft server and has people running on it constantly, it's still not even like probably 1% used up in general, so that's fun. It's practically an unlimited world. It's like realistically an unlimited world. Nah, I mean, you gotta remember, this is quadrillions of blocks. Like, at all. Like, I really don't think... I mean, reaching the world border is one thing, but you gotta remember, this is 60 million by 60 million blocks. That's not even accounting for, like, the above layers. Like, above layer 64. That's just the surface area. That's not even counting the volume, especially with the new update. And that's for Java and Bedrock though. So I mean, well, technically Java mainly because Bedrock you kind of just fall to the world after a certain point. So even in that 64, the sea level is actually technically I think higher. The average height is way higher on that version. The only reason this one's 64 is because most of this world was water. It's a pretty accurate calculation for this world. So even 64 is probably not even a good um, measurement. I think it's closer to like, especially with the new update, it's probably the average Y level is probably like over 100 at this point. With the 1.18 update. So even 64 is very low for the new update. Even if you don't account for depth, what is 1% of 3, what is that? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 3.6 quadrillion. It's still, what is that, like 3, what is that? I think it's what, 36 trillion blocks? I really don't think they've used 1%. I really don't think they've used 3.6 trillion blocks of the world, surface area wise. Like if you were saying one, if I'm going based on the fact that they're using 1% of the entire world, I don't think they've even used a trillion of blocks in the Minecraft world. I really don't think so. A trillion blocks is obscene. Oh, I just realized. Is an obscene number. By the way, if you want to put in perspective, um, if you want to put in perspective, the largest mine right now is a 5,000 by 100 area. That's the largest mine in Minecraft right now. That's it. 5,000 by 100. That's the largest mine that we know of in this game on a server ever. In any version. Used, built, whatever, anything, honestly. Maybe not maybe rendered. Rendered's possible, but actually used, I don't think so. Actually, even rendered's kind of a stretch. I even rendered blocks, rendered chunks, maybe even a stretch. Because you remember how long it takes just to get to the world border? The world border, even flying, I don't know why I'm going that direction. The world border, even flying, takes hundreds of hours. At least like 100 hours minimum. I would say. I'm fairly certain flying. That's obviously using hacks and stuff like that. Even using hacks, it would still take forever. But if you're not hacking, you're actually just in survival. I mean, you gotta remember Fig, the person who walked and used all of his resources possible. Just walking in a straight line took like 1,300 hours, just him alone. That's one direction with a render distance of roughly what, like 8 to 15? 8 at lowest, 15 at probably best, 16. And then that's just one direction, um, one part of the world. And that's only half of it. That's only the radius of the world. That's not even the diameter. There's still another 30 million blocks in the other direction. Yeah, but the thing is, reaching the world border and discovering other parts. Okay, remember, like, when you're doing that, when you're going from, if you're teleporting using the glitch, you're only rendering patches of the world. I mean, it doesn't matter, like, if you teleport the world border, like, I mean, yeah, you're going to the world border, like, you're rendering chunks in the world border. What about the chunks between the world border? What about those? Between the world border and where you spawned? What about those? And you gotta remember, that's going from that unless you teleported from one border to the other. What about those blocks in between? What about the other several million blocks in between in one direction? It's absurd. Yeah, just rendering. Like, that's how big a Minecraft world is. That's why people even just think of it as an unlimited world size, because I mean, it practically is unlimited. Theoretically, it's possible to, like, use the entire world, but realistically, it's just not. Not for anybody, not for any server, unless, like, the only possibility is if every single person with a Minecraft account got on it once and stayed on for years on it, maybe then the entire world could be explored. Even then, that's still hard to say. Yeah, like, it's pretty much impossible. Like, I think you're honestly, I think the sun expanding to a red giant and turning and just vanishing after that. I think there are higher odds of the sun. I won't say exploding because it technically doesn't explode. It just turns into a carbon ball. So pretty much you have a higher chance. You probably have a higher chance of the sun turning to a carbon ball and the world being destroyed before you even get close to rendering an entire Minecraft world. And also thinking of like storage and stuff like that. Good luck finding anything that can handle, and good luck with spending that much money for storage. So yeah, 1% of the world is obscene. Like 1% is just can't even like comprehend what 1% of a Minecraft world actually is, like realistically. I mean, it takes like apparently 2 billion years to mine an entire world, so that's fun. With like the best tools and debatable ways of getting rid of the ocean or whatever, but now to be fair, that is mining it by hand. That's like what I'm doing right now, but replicated literally millions of times over. It's like me doing this project, but I'd have to do it millions of times over to mine out an entire Jaffa world. Oh my god, 445,000 years. That's 14 trillion chunks. 14 trillion, 62 billion, 500 million chunks. Like, for example, I've only mined 2,900 chunks, by the way, compared to 14 trillion chunks. 2,000. Literally millions, actually billions of times more chunks than I have, than I would have mined out. So anybody who thinks that I'm doing this on, Bedrock or Java, they're absolutely absurd. Or they're absolutely insane, honestly. They're just as insane as somebody even doing the project in the first place, to be honest. Them just thinking that alone. Okay, so I'm gonna try to build a mob grinder, an insane mob grinder in the overworld. Can you imagine what a mob grinder would be like on this world? Even with the low mob count on the PS4. That's a lot of mobs. Like absolutely absurd amount of mobs to to get XP for. So the reason why I'm not doing I've done an end, um, but I've actually done an Enderman farm on this world a long time ago, like years ago, but it wasn't that good. compared to say Java. Like you would think of Enderman farm on a world like this, even with best spawn rates, it still isn't that good. To be honest with you. But can you imagine a mob grinder with all the mobs available on this world, with nothing else to spawn? What could happen? Like, oh god, dude. 1% is 6 million by 6 million. Wait, no, that's 10% though. Wait, no, it isn't. Never mind. Yeah, that's, I think it's 1%. No, that makes sense. 1%. I think I'm thinking of something else, but no, that makes sense because you're subtracting 2 zeros. Never mind. I was confused for a second because you said 6 instead of 60, but it's accounting for both directions, so it would be. No, I know what it means though. It's taking 60 million times 60 million. You're getting rid of both zeros, which is you're getting rid of both zeros to equal 100% of the world. Or what 1% of the world, because you're subtracting 2 zeros. Because 100% would be 60 million by 60 million. You subtract it, and you get both. You subtract the zeros, so you divide it by 100, which is 1%, because 1% of 100's 1% of 100%'s, 100, because, or technically it's like, yeah, because it's 1% of it, so you're just subtracting both zeros. So you just take that number and subtract both zeros, which equals, 6 million by 6 million. Because you're taking both the calculations, the operands, so you say them? You take both operands and you divide it by 100 because you're, taking the calculations and, yeah, I don't know. But I hope you understand what I mean by that. Something like that, at least. I'm talking about the things you're calculating. You divide it by 10. You divided each operand by 10. Because you're taking the total, because if you're dividing by 100, if you're dividing the operands by 100, you're dividing the results by 100 too, so logically, if you're going based on that. It's kind of a different way to calculate it. And if the result is 100, that means 1% of it is 100, or is 1. If the result is 100%, then dividing it by 100 would mean that the next result, 1% of it is, or the result would be 100%, or would be 1%, because it's 100, or 100 divided by, you know, yeah. I don't really know how to explain it, actually. No, you actually did it in, you actually did it in the proper way. I did it in the more obscure way. I don't know, there's just something I noticed. Most people usually do it in the square root fashion. But, I don't know. I just did it in the other way. Just something I noticed. Yeah, so we basically got the same result. We just did it in a different way. Yeah, pretty much. That is still insane, though, that 1% of the world is 6 million by 6 million blocks. That's just insane to think about. That 1% of the world is that much. Yeah, like... Yeah, 1% is just absurd. There's no way. Not with that total distance. Maybe like 0.001%, like 1% of 1%, maybe. Which would be, what is that, like 60,000 by 60. I mean, I can see that, mining, exploring it. Maybe like 1% of 1%. 10,000th of a percentage of the world. I can maybe understand even that. Even that's kind of a stretch, though. Even 1% of that would be quite the stretch. 60,000 by 60,000, what is that, like 8 zeros, so it's 600, it's still 600 million blocks. Maybe Psycraft did something like that. I could see Psycraft doing like 1/10,000th of a world or whatever, because they mine a bunch and stuff like that. But, maybe 1% of 1%. 1% of... Oh, never mind. Okay, yeah, so they did roughly, what is that, like... So if they did 4 times, they did... 120 times 120. 120,000 times 120,000, you take the zeros. It's 4 zeros, and then it's like 8. I think it's over a little over... How much is that, actually? Wait, so 100... Oops. Oh, 14 billion. Alright, see ya, Chinchilla. Also, thank you as well. 14 billion blocks. That's really all they've discovered. Well, I mean, that was 4 years ago, but still, they're probably still barely over. They're probably still not even like 50 billion, maybe. Maybe 50 billion, I don't know. That's still ridiculous. Versus the trillions of blocks that we calculated earlier. So they have a good 1,000 something times more blocks to discover or whatever. I think that saw somebody have a it's in the oh, obviously it's in the terabytes. It's probably over at least 100 terabytes, maybe like 50 to 100 terabytes at least. I wonder what the world size on this is, like compared to like a. I wonder what like how this world size compares to a average size world on PS4. So like if you just booted up a world, I wonder what the world size is versus this one. Because remember, every block that I mine increases the file size, so keep that in mind. That's actually insane thinking about it. Every block that I mine increases the file size, so over 40 million times, or roughly 40 million times or 45 million if you account for the water, every time I've changed the file size. Also, give me a second. up, Matt. Also, thank you as well. What's up, Randall? It's pretty crazy, actually. It's pretty crazy to defend 3 robbers with a knife. To be honest with you. And it's with a close range weapon too, which makes it more insane, to be honest. That actually makes it pretty insane to think about. Wait, what's uneasy about it though? 'Cause I can maybe understand if it's very graphical. If it's very graphical, then it could be pretty uneasy, but yeah, I'm so close. Literally one layer. This is the last layer left. So, it's so nice. And it's gonna be so nice knowing I only have a third of a layer, or a third of a section left, technically. And then I'll finally be done. I'm actually gonna make a community post, by the way, that will, pretty much say that I'm on the final part, or whatever, like the final part of Road to 100%. What's up, Rucius? It's pretty cool when you look at the map, I don't know if you noticed this, but the section itself disappears, or it starts disappearing when you get to these lower levels. It's almost entirely gone after, like, layer 15 or whatever. I don't know. Never really kept track of when it went away, but pretty crazy to think about. So close. What's up, Eric? Also, thank you as well. But, actually, I don't know what I was gonna go with. Yeah, I'm almost done. It's so close. Literally, just this layer, and then the next third of a layer or whatever, or a third of a section, like a small section, and I'm done finally. Okay, so videos. Okay, so I have a few more videos I need to do on this section, which is like Patreon, uh, mining the ores, and what else is there? Mining the ores, making the video. There we go. Making the final update video, and then I have the nether at the end to do. And then I'm gonna make one final, final update video that shows all 3 dimensions, and then depending on if I continue this channel or not, which I might find something in this game that might be interesting to play, I might make a farewell video and basically leave the channel, or leave making content, I guess you could say. I may still reply to like comments and stuff like that, but like reply and heart and like comments, but in terms of actually making content, I may just ditch it, to be honest. Unfortunately, if I don't have any interest in it anymore. So, it's hard to say, to be honest. It's not a guarantee, but after this, for sure, there's a few things for me to do. Actually, quite a bit things to do. Bit of things. So, my journey isn't over yet. I mean, it's mostly over, though, to be fair. The overworld is most of the journey. Like 90% of the journey or whatever. I mean, considering how much bigger this world is compared to the nether and the end combined, and yeah, it's just so much bigger than the nether in the end. It's like 5, 6, 7, even 8 times bigger than both combined, honestly. In terms of just sheer block volume, not counting anything above layer, average layer or whatever. Like on average, the sheer block layer is like 4, 5, 6 times more. So that's fun. Not really much of a builder. More of a skill person more than anything. Skill or resource. Basically anything to deal with like gathering mass amounts of resources or gaining skills. I don't know either one honestly. There's just some satisfaction with skills, skill based things. Not really much of a creation type of dude. But I do like the satisfaction in either learning skills or getting mass amounts of resources. Which is kind of ironic that I say I'm not a creator, but technically, or like, not really much of a creation person, even though technically, in its own right, this is a form of creation. It's just I'm technically creating nothing out of everything. Taking natural generation and turning to nothing, which is technically a form of creation. There's just the creation itself is to actually create I have to destroy pretty much. What's up, Jackson? Okay, so I'm not gonna update it because it would turn the world to an infinite world, so I'd rather not deal with that. So I can't really update it, and I will be mining out the nether and the end on the same world, the exact same one, just to keep it consistent. It doesn't make any sense to go to a new world anyway. I already have all the materials, stuff like that. I just need to mine it. And I have the space to make a mob grinder too, so it makes it even easier. There's no point in making a new world. It makes sense though. I mean, can you imagine a world where the entire overworld, the nether, and the end are destroyed? Like, imagine going to a world like that. Sounds kind of crazy to think about. So close. I feel so close yet so far at the same time. That's kind of how I feel right now. What's up, Waffle? And thank you as well. You really have the same project? What version are you on, by the way? Out of curiosity. Pretty curious, because I know there's a few people who have tried doing this. Oh, you're actually mining. Oh, that's pretty sick, actually. You're actually mining a section of the world that is classic. I think what you're doing is what people actually think I'm doing. Um, but I'm not actually doing that. Well, I kind of am, but not really. I'm actually mining an actual legacy world instead of a chunk of a world. I can see why people think that though, at the same time. Wait, how far are you? Also, what method are you using for mining, by the way? Pretty curious. 4 million, so is that March 5? Actually, that's not bad progress, actually. That's a little bit less progress than I make on average, if you're curious. That's average, though, to be fair. Some months I'll put like 2 million blocks, some months I'll put like 500k, but average it's like a million blocks per month. 30 netherite pickaxes? My god, have mercy. Yeah, actually the oceans are pretty okay. Um, in general, just purely because, I mean, even you being Java, actually you actually have a huge advantage on Java because you can have, get a ton of sponges. You're not really limited on your ocean monuments, but, I mean, the amount of sponges don't matter that much, to be honest with you, but maybe if you get rid of the amount of water may matter, depending on the amount, or, yeah, it may matter depending on the amount of water you get rid of, but oceans aren't that bad. I've had to get rid of over, roughly 5 million blocks of water. A whole deep ocean, and another ocean or whatever. It was a lot. Like, I don't know why I picked this seed out of all seeds. I have no clue why I picked this seed, to be honest with you. I don't know why I stuck with this seed. At around 3 million, one of my friends that helped me work on this, which he's the only friend that actually helped me work on mining. Honestly, after he left, I should have just quit and just restarted the project, honestly. That's what I should have done, but I didn't do that for some reason because I was very stubborn. 60% water. I think that's pretty. Mine, I think, is like. Mine's like 40% water, I think. No, actually, no, I think it's above half. I'm fair. Actually, never mind. Change my mind. I'm pretty sure mine is actually pretty close to 60%. Rethinking about it, because a quarter of my world was already deep ocean, by the way. A quarter of the world was deep ocean. And there was a bunch of water pockets in between the land, so I'm fairly certain it's above 50 at least. It's pretty close, though. It's pretty even split between water and land, which I kind of regret doing, to be honest. Well, I don't really regret it, but yeah, I'm on peaceful. I'm not dealing with mobs on this world. This project is already enough. This project's already enough as it is, so I'm not dealing with any mobs. I would rather and not have mobs spawn in my face every 5 seconds when mining, because I basically make a giant mob spawner in this world. And I'd rather continue to mine without having to deal with anything like food or beds. I already have to deal with my pickaxes and my inventories, so I'd rather not. Yeah, I try to do the bare minimum in terms of like what to do. So for example, this project was originally inspired by Sword King 090 in his Operation Bedrock series. he used pickaxes, and I kept true to his methods, so I just used pickaxes, and honestly, I wanted to hold true to this project as much as possible, so I just kept pickaxes instead of any other method. Just an example, but everything else is pretty bare minimum, pretty bare bones, to be honest with you. I only have like 6 pickaxes. I just go to the end and reset it. I'll just go to the end, repair pickaxes, reset it, do 6 pickaxes, um, mine 6 pickaxes, and then reset it, go back there. Keep doing that over and over again. My average, 6 pickaxes is my average amount that I've had through the entire project. It's fluctuated between 4 and 8 pickaxes or whatever, 4 and 9 pickaxes. But 6 pickaxes is what my average is. Because there's no mob farm in this world that can support that many pickaxes. Not reasonably, not on Legacy at least. It's very limited, the mob spawn, so XP. It's not that many trips, to be honest with you, because it takes hours just to even use all 6 pickaxes, so. Especially on this version, since I'm limited on my mining speed, it takes even longer, so. Now, don't get me wrong, it's still quite a few trips, but I mean, it's not that. The trips themselves only take like 2 minutes at most. Maybe like 5 minutes at most, actually. 1 minute at best. The trips take like no time at all, so it's not that big of a deal. You might be able to mine faster than me too, though, because Java Edition, you have a mouse and keyboard, so you have far less limitations in terms of mining speeds, so you could probably mine almost twice as fast as I can, which is crazy, but it's kind of true, to be honest. Yeah, I'm at 98%. I'm about to finish the final major section. And then all I have left is this little bitty section. Left. Try the 3x3 method. Try the spiral method. It works way better, for Java, because it's way faster. Because you can actually utilize the mouse, movements. It's much faster on that version. You could just move much faster and move your mouse more precisely and just quicker. So it makes it even easier to mine blocks. So like I have to go side by side, but in your case, you don't have to really do that because you have a mouse. You can actually go up, down, left, right. Like you can move around much faster. After I'm done, I'm gonna do the nether. Nether in the end. And then after that, I really don't know, to be honest. So thank you as well. Yeah, that's gonna take another couple 100 hours, fairly certain. It's gonna be fun. The nether's gonna be crazy, but yeah, I've spent around 4.5 years 4.5 years doing this project. I've averaged around a million blocks per month on average, I would say. Maybe a little bit less actually, because 4.5 years. 4 years would be 4 years would be pretty close to 1 million on average. Maybe a little bit less. But I'm even less than that actually, so. How far would I go? If you go based on my average speed, I wouldn't go very far, especially in a lifetime. Maybe up to 1 billion blocks, I think at best. It wouldn't be much. It really wouldn't be much to say, honestly. If I did it, if I devoted my entire life to mining a Java world, I'd only get like 1 billion blocks in or something like that. I think it's even less than that, actually. It's 48 million for every four years. So if I was alive for even 10 years, we had... or 10 times, so 40 years, I think. 10 times, 480. Yeah, it'd be about 1 billion. Pretty close. On average, which would be ridiculous. I couldn't even imagine mining 1 billion blocks in a Minecraft survival world by yourself. I don't think anybody's even mined 1 billion blocks. I don't think even Sidecraft has come close to that number at all, actually. I don't think that server's even came close to 1 billion. I think they're getting there, though. By the way, if you really want to know, like, how big this is, like, how insane this project is, there's a giant server called Hypnos. It's one of the most popular SMPs out there. I've literally mined half their amount of blocks single-handedly with pickaxes. Like, they mined 100 million blocks, and by the time I finish all 3 projects, I would have mined half of their total block count. At least when they made a video on it. They probably have mined more at this point, but at the time, this is one of the largest, most insane servers. This is like a server comparable to Sidecraft, by the way. And I'm mining half the amount of blocks they've ever mined. Their total amount for the entire server. At least at the time. I didn't see anything, I didn't see any new updates still on it, so I'm going with the base number of 100 million. So, I mean, good luck, though, with that project, though. So, I mean, especially since you have the new update, I'm pretty sure, right? Because it's 1.18, so that means that you have to mine all the layers below level 0. So you not only have an entire classic world to mine out, but you also have another classic world underneath that to mine out. But it's all deep slate. So it's like you have to do the entire project without insta-mining. Then you have to do the entire project with insta-mining. Practically. It's even slower than that, actually. But it's kind of weird to think about. Oh god, that makes it even worse. Do you at least record your footage? Because I think it would be pretty nice to record it, just to show people and like show people that your accomplishments, especially a project that big. Oh, time lapse. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that's good. That replay mod is so nice. I wish I had something like that on this version. I can barely even record this version, just because I need split screen, which is kind of crazy to think about. I need split screen just to record. I had to do a time lapse, and the best I can do is split screen with one of my time lapses. It's the only time lapse I ever did. It was like 200 hours or something like that. Ooh, you should make a base out of that. That'd be an insane base. You could actually have the largest base in the world if you did something like that. Like if you made it. I mean, to be fair, the project itself would take so long though that I mean, good luck doing anything else though. Like realistically, seriously, that project's gonna take a while. If you're not using TNT dupers or world eaters, especially on those lower levels, oh god, dude. Like you gotta remember, 1 million. I average 1 million blocks per month, and it's still taking me over 4 years to do. I mean, it's slightly less than a million blocks per on average, but still. So thank you, Snowball. That's an insane project by hand for sure. You're basically doing a perimeter that a top server would do, but by yourself, which that's kind of what I'm doing to be fair, but like I think even myself, I think I'm already pushing the limits of what to do in this game in terms of projects. If anybody goes further than this by hand or like just in general, then oh god, dude. I think I'm really pushing the limits of what somebody will do in this game. Or what to go through, I guess. The lower part of the... Oh, that... Oh, are you talking about that section? That little sliver? Okay, I think I'm already pushing the limits of projects, to be honest. That little sliver, that's the final part of the project. That's all that's left of my world. At least after this layer's done. And then I'm finally done with the overworld. It only took 3,000 hours, or whatever it is. Honestly, I don't really know. Maybe 3,500 hours if you account for breaks, but I could never be too sure on that one, to be honest. I don't really know. I'm gonna go with the safe bet of 3,000 hours, but honestly, I'm not gonna lie, it's probably more than 3,000 hours. I'm Not gonna guarantee it, just the reason why I'm going with that number in the first place, but probably over 3,000 hours. I don't think it's 3,000 hours of pure mining, but I think most, like, probably like 90% of it's pure mining. Maybe 80. And then the rest is, like, water. Something like that. I have not. Unfortunately, I didn't stream that much of the first half of the world. The second half, I streamed a lot, though. I streamed over 15, probably over 1,500 hours at this point on the second half of the world. Unfortunately, I couldn't stream much, or I didn't stream much on the first half of the world. I didn't put much effort into documentation. I had documented, like, part of the 1 million, like a little bit of it, part of 2 million, most of 3 million. I didn't document anything on 4 million or 6 million. And I think I documented some on 9 million, some on 11, and then after a while I started documenting more and more, up until 50%, and then I just documented pretty much almost all of the rest of the project. 1,500 hours for the second half, and then 500 hours for the first half, so yeah, that's fun. So, if you're wondering who that is, that's one of my friends who actually originally had the channel. They, um, they actually helped with the, like, start the project, and, they couldn't, like, after a while, I mean, they didn't really help too much with the mining, they helped more with the resources, but, wow, my god, I'm really glad I checked my inventory, but they helped it on and off with the between 1 million and 3 million, and then after the 3 million, they just couldn't join entirely. So they basically, actually, I think it was towards 2 million when they started that, but 3 million couldn't join after a certain point. We don't know why, to be honest with you. So I basically just took on this project solo ever since 3 million. The dirt's just for inventory, store, just space, just to have. There's no real, like, specific reason. It's just kind of whatever, honestly. And it's kind of just for inventory space. That's it, though. Even though it's still not necessary, it's kind of fun to collect. I mean, collecting 1 million, over 1 million blocks of dirt. Also, there's some art in this world that my friends made. That's literally all they did, was made art, so I kept it. So there's some interesting things in this world that people probably wouldn't expect. It's an empty void. That's pretty unfortunate, actually. If you're wondering what that is, a skeleton farm. Finally can see the other wall, my god. 2 million. Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't finish yet. I'm almost done, though. Pretty close. I'm like 30 minutes away or something like that. I'm just looking at the world again. It's gonna be one of the last times I actually look at the world until it's finished, or before it's finished. God dang it. Actually, I completely forgot the entire point I went over in the first place. Or, in the, oh god, dude. What am I doing? I need to get back to my beacon. I need to actually replace the ore, or not ore, place the, sugar boxes. I'm getting there. History will be there eventually. It's gonna still take a little, I still have a little bit of way to go. A little bit of ways to go. Not much, though, fortunately. I'll just go to sleep. Just to reset my spawn point. Last sugar box. My god, that was actually pretty lucky. I can't deny how lucky that was. Yeah, that's the thing about it. It's like, I mean, yeah, it is technically a form of mining, but it's like, it's not really the same thing, to be honest. And honestly, I think I wouldn't, I mean, obviously wouldn't be doing this project if it wasn't already finished, but to be honest with you, like, if this wasn't a thing, like, if somebody didn't already start this project, I probably wouldn't be doing it, to be fair. I really probably wouldn't. God dang it. I should have known. Like, if somebody didn't, like if, Sword King never made a video on, like, if he never started Operation Bedrock, which is mining an entire legacy world until there's nothing but Bedrock except for the floor, so they can walk on it later, um, I probably wouldn't be doing this project, honestly, if it wasn't for him. Because that was the entire reason I started in the first place. Should give it a sec. Okay. But yeah, it's gonna be funny though if somebody makes a video. I have a feeling a lot of YouTubers may make videos on this just because, clickbait, even though it's not technically clickbait. Like, this project's like perfect for somebody to make a video on, to be honest, because it's like clickbaity, but it's not actually clickbait. Not saying somebody will make one. I'm just saying, like, somebody wanted to make one. I don't blame them for making one. I'll just say that. Like, if somebody mined this world, like, mined, this entire world on PS4, or even Xbox One with TNT dupers, I don't think it'd be the same as... Not saying they wouldn't get any recognition for it, they probably would, but... I don't think it'd be the same, to be honest, as this. I don't think it would. I mean, I could be surprised. I could be surprised at the results if somebody did that, but I don't think it would end in the same results. Hardcore. That's a really funny comparison, actually. I've thought about it so many times about like about how many hours into it versus the amount of hours into this project. I've noticed it's very comparable to a network tech. I don't know where, compared to my own hours. My IT's on the brain right now, so if I randomly start saying IT terms, then I don't know why. I was thinking of IT, but first thing in there, but hardcore versus Maya, like I've noticed that, like in terms of comparison, like hours, it's kind of interesting. It's very similar of similar hours in that sense of hardcore Minecraft YouTubers versus my own project. So thank you, Waffle Sauce, for subscribing. It's much appreciated. I keep thinking of like IT terms for some reason. I don't know why. I mean, I know I was just reading something about a job listing for that, but it's just like, what the heck? It's very rare I actually slip like that. It's pretty rare. See, I mean, that took like no time at all, honestly, to do that. Now I have new pickaxes, 6 new pickaxes that actually last a while. I mean, they're definitely last a lot longer because I'm not even going to be mining for a while until the next section. Because, I mean, I'm almost done with this section. There's not really much mining to do. Damn, this elytra's really hard to end, isn't it? Alright, now let's finish it. You can respawn it in the same way, but there's a way easier way, and you literally just click a button in the settings and you can just respawn it. It gives the same amount of XP. You're just completely resetting the dimension, though, instead of resetting. It's kind of broken, to be honest. And it's not really exploited. It's not really an exploit either, because, I mean, it's kind of just something you can do. It's not really an exploit, to be honest. I guess it kind of depends on your definition of an exploit, though. Yeah, Java doesn't have that, but they also have way better XP farms, too, so it kind of makes up for it. I've seen how fast those Enderman farms are. They're ridiculous. They're actually absurd. I've seen how fast they go. They are actually insane. Like any mob farm on Java, just because there's a higher spawn cap. It's basically unlimited too, so. 20 minutes to repair. How many tools? How many tools did you say? It was like 30, something like that. 30 pickaxes? You can repair 30 pickaxes in 20 minutes? I think that's faster than what I can even do on this. That's actually pretty crazy. Oh Jesus, somebody really thank you Jack for the $20 donation. It's much appreciated. That's a nice chunk of change there. Good lord. It's been a while since I've had a donation like that, to be honest with you. I think the last time I even had that was 2 years ago. At like 50%, to be honest with you. I think that was the last time I've even had a donation that high. But thank you. It's definitely much appreciated, to be honest with you. It's been a while. I definitely gotta appreciate that one. Definitely can't ignore a $20 donation. It's definitely it's quite nice. Can't deny it. What's up, Nate? So close, dude. Literally 45 minutes away, 30, 45 minutes, depending on how much lava there is. And then big things hopefully happen to this channel, the turning point of the channel. This stream will define the turning point of this channel. Not gonna guarantee it, but it's pretty likely. Oh, thank you, Jack, and to become a member. That was horrible English, but thank you for becoming a member. It's much appreciated. I think second member was another one. Second member ever? Oh yeah, Waylon is the other member. Get your nice little emotes and your badge. I don't know why it's coal tier, even though it shouldn't be coal. It should be minty member. Whatever. Oh yes. I need to change that actually. I need to change that emote. I may replace the llama emote actually. Because it doesn't look that good, and I thought it looked better in the actual message, like in the membership area thing. But never mind, it's fine. Maybe I'll just keep it. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter that much. My God, dude. Thank you, Waffle Sauce, for the $21 donation. I love, I love how you added that $1 as well. That was kind of funny. It's kind of funny, actually. That extra dollar. Just that extra one-up. It's kind of funny. I know you may have intentionally done a one-up, but I'm not too sure. That's pretty funny, though. I've seen so many people do one-ups on other people. Oh god, here we go. Okay, yeah, I was about to say, that seemed very intentional. Thank you, Jack, for the $2. So what is it, 23? No, 22 to 21. It's pretty funny. Gotta love those donation wars. Pretty funny. Just seeing them. People go back and forth. it happened a while back. It's been a while though since any traction um like that has even happened. What's up, Pie Guy? What's up, JK Studios? Yep, last section. At least for this section. Then the real fun begins. The real finale begins. This is just a taste of the finale. What's up, Cooper? This is just a taste. How many days? I plan on finishing this. I plan on finishing this by like September at least. But it depends. I don't really know. 10. Oh my god. Thank you, Jack. I didn't even know you could gift memberships on this. That's so sick. Thank you, Jack, for giving everybody channel memberships. That's pretty sick. Really. It's crazy. Oh, thank you, God dang it. Okay. Thank you, Waffle, for the $1.01 donation. I need to change that. The lava looks okay. It's just the sand and the llama that just doesn't look good. There's something, it's just that white background. You know what I could do? Something I could do actually is take the background color. I think I could just take the background color from the stream and add it to the background color of the sand and llama. Yeah, it doesn't look that good. I'm glad somebody tested the emotes though, so I can at least see what they look like. That's so sick though. You can actually do that. I was always wondering what the memberships did. Like I always wondered what the gifted memberships actually did, like, or how they work. I guess is a better way of saying it. That's pretty cool that it, I wonder if it's whoever... Oh, it is. It's whoever joins. I think, right? What's up, Christopher? What? What the heck, dude? Thank you, Jack, for the... Okay, you just wanted... Okay. Thank you, Jack, for the $50 donation. What the heck, dude? Alright, well... Wait, give me a second. Let me do something real fast. It's just... Alright, I'm back. Dude, what the heck? I didn't expect to stream like this. It's crazy. Oh. Well, that's... Okay, never mind. I thought... Maybe... Wait, how many memberships have you gifted? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Wait, no, 5, 6, 7... Wait, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6... I don't know. Actually, I don't know how it works. Never mind. I have no clue how that works. I thought it was 10 memberships. Never mind. I have no idea how that works then. Thank you, though. Thank you, Jack. It's definitely much appreciated. For sure. That was definitely out of nowhere. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty crazy. Like, I can't deny how insane that actually was, to be honest with you. $90 for mining blocks. Actually, I got a bit more than that over time. Oh, there it is. But, yeah, in one day, I think I think this is the highest I've gotten. No, it's not. Not the highest in one day, but the highest in a while that I've gotten in one day at least. It's one of the highest I've gotten totals in a day. 4 minutes, yes. And you got a wrench. Now you have a wrench and a pickaxe. So close. Like, I feel so close, but so far. I'm already kind of getting nervous for the end of this project. Their card was blocked from YouTube. Huh. Interesting. Wonder why. I'm already getting kind of nervous, I'm not gonna lie. Considering I only have this little bit left, and I have that tiny little section left. This and that. Oh god, dude. I'm already getting part. Yeah, probably. Probably the amount. That's still really odd, though. I've seen people donate way more than that. And they never mentioned anything about the card being blocked. Maybe it's how much you can donate. I don't know, just nervous about finishing the project. I don't know what it is. But, oh yeah, frequency, that's what it is. I was about to mention that. Yeah, frequency of the amount. I didn't know they did that actually. That's pretty interesting. So I guess if somebody wanted to donate, they did. If they wanted to donate a lot, they can't just do a bunch at a. I wonder what the amount is, or the amount of times. Not the amount of times, but the amount of like how much time you have between road to 75%. That's pretty far back actually. As sad as I want to admit, that's pretty far back. Over a year, I think. A little over a year. I think 75% was what, July, I think? July 31st? Something like that. It was late July. Unfortunately. It's late July. I mean, I really did want to finish the last quarter of this world earlier, but I mean, I can't really control that too well. At least not entirely. I really did want to finish this faster, but I mean, it's not really that big of a deal. 25 and 50. That's understandable. So you basically came during the blow up, like the first or second blow up, because the weird thing is between 25 and 50 is when I blew up twice, actually 3 times, but if you even count the first time I was blowing up. What's up, Kai Wizzy? If you even count for the first time as even a blow up. It was the first time the channel was even known on anything, on any social media platform, so it was a pretty big deal. I think that was the turning point of the channel in terms of actually even having any form of recognition at all for the project. But, yeah. Oh, was it Real Jake? He made I think it was Real Jake that made a video on r/memes. Oh, that's pretty nice. Um, I'm doing alright. This is not my job. I have actually I just recently quit a job because I'm gonna be moving in like 2 weeks or whatever. Because it's kind of a pain to move, but because it's the first time I'm actually moving out for once. And I'm gonna be, yeah, I did have a job like less than like around a week ago. But I'm gonna be moving soon, and I'm gonna be getting a new job in something, to be honest. Don't know specifically. I want to go into IT at some point, I think. I think of the jobs of or career paths. I think I'm gonna go into IT. And if I don't know at the moment, not entirely. Yeah, exactly. Handle. Yeah, I definitely need to handle my PS4 with care. It's a very precious thing now. It used to not be that precious, but after this project, it's very precious. It's not that difficult. I've managed it for the last like 2 years or whatever, at least. When I've had a job, I've managed it. It's actually not that bad. 9 to 5 job, managing this project's like not too difficult actually. I'm not saying it's like really easy or anything like that, but it's not that bad. I've kept a consistent pace with having a job. It's not too bad. Local backups. I have one main local backup, and then I have like a few in the cloud. The cloud's the more important one because if the PS4 dies, then there's no other way to get it. So I have a main local one because the local ones, I don't need much of a local one because it's like if the PS4 corrupts and it's like I only can have one local to use. I mean, I really only need one local backup if you think about it. But in terms of cloud, I need a few, I would say. At least one cloud, one local, mainly those two because I just need some way to I just need some way to get a backup to some degree. It doesn't really matter that much the way to do it. So having one local and one main one or main local one, and then having one cloud is fine, honestly. Like I'm just saying, if all of those get corrupted, then I'm pretty sure I don't think I can do the project because I think PS4 Minecraft would just be corrupted on its own. So if those go and like I can't access the world at all, then yeah, it's pretty much finished. But I mean, honestly, I'm not trying to think about this world corrupting right now, so really not trying to. I'm just trying to finish it. At least finish the overworld. If it gets corrupted during the nether, then it's like whatever, honestly. I mean, the nether isn't really the important dimension anyway, let's be honest. It really isn't that important of a dimension. It's kind of just a bonus. It's not really that necessary. What use world edit? Oh god. I could technically do it on a PS3. I could use world edit on PS3 and somehow revert it back to, like, I can put it in, I think I could put it in, I don't know if this is actually possible, but I know I can use a PS3 world and then convert it to Java and then turn it to 1.12 and then go put it back on the PS3. I don't know if that's actually possible, but I think you can actually destroy an entire world on PS3 using world edit. It may be possible. I don't actually know if that's. I don't know if you can do the reverse conversion. So I don't know if you can turn it to a Java. Actually, no, you can. World edit is technically possible. I don't know if the PS3 can handle it, but that's the only way I could do this project. Like, say, like, oh yeah, hey, I used world edit, and then I was like replicating what I did. So I don't know. Now, if somebody told me, I know people have asked me this before, but if there was no way to get this world back, I don't think I would restart this project. This is like a once in a time thing. There's no way I'm doing this project again. Unless there's some extravagant goal at the end or whatever. I'm not doing this again. This is a once in a time thing, and possibly even a once in a lifetime thing, because I don't think anybody else is doing this. At least, like, on a legacy world, like an actual world, not like a Java recreation, but like an actual world. I don't think anybody else is doing this. Like having an entire world mined out. I mean, there's some dude mining an old world, but that's technically they could do that if they wanted to. So, just this project right here on a classic size world is once in a lifetime. So, I would think, unless Sword King bucks up and actually does this project, but. There is a possibility, but I don't know, to be honest. Why does the enchanted pickaxe have no border around it? But I guess it's originally it needs to be a like I guess the original image has to have no border around it or something like that for it to work like that. But I'm not too sure how that works. Kilo Crazy Man, he got 6 grand from Notch alone. That's not even accounting the constant $1 donations. Oh yeah, by the way, I just realized I have to make all you guys signs. Because the membership is $1, and one of the perks is making signs. So I'll make you guys some signs in a minute. I just have to figure out who's the member and who isn't. Well, I mean, I can see it, but like I need to look at who's like. It may not be an accurate way to remember who is a member or not. Is looking in chat. I may have to just look on the actual YouTube thing, the analytics or whatever. Also, to any mods that got that actually got memberships, I'm not gonna make you a sign. You're gonna have a special sign later on, so don't worry about that. Mods will have their own special sign. Because, I mean, why would they not, honestly? Their own special area, I guess you can call it. But yeah, he got a lot from that. I'm not too sure if I'll actually, like, take interest in this project. I don't know how many people. I could make a donation wall. The problem is it's really hard to track donations, to be honest with you. I could make something, like, I could make, like, highest donation wall, or whatever, like, highest donators in the world. So, like, a few people are Nico, Dark Wobbly Time Lord, which, by the way, is the highest donator in this channel. If you're curious at how much they donated, it was like $700 in, like, 2 or 3 months. It was ridiculous. By the way, just gonna tell you that real fast. Highest donator. At least if you don't account for Patreon. But obviously Patreon memberships get their own little area, so it doesn't matter. But highest donator, and then highest donators, I guess you could say, because I mean, there's no point in putting an entire wall just for like one donator. So I'd rather just do it for, you know, the most significant donators, I guess you can say. Which there aren't that many actually. There's only like 5 or 6 that have really made significant donations. Which is Dark Wobbly Time Lord, Nico, guy named Pickle, whatever. Obviously you, Jack. So what else there is? I don't know if I consider $20 as like a significant donator, because it's like I've seen multiple people donate $20, but when you start getting into the 50 into 100 range, and I'm not advocating for people to donate, but like in terms of significance, I don't know if it's enough to actually. I don't actually know. I'll figure that one out. I mean, don't get me wrong, I know $20 is quite a bit, but I don't know if I consider it. Actually, wait. 20. I don't know. Like, I can't really say if $20 is significant. Just because I've seen multiple people give $20, but not many people give $50. So, it's... I don't really know, to be honest with you. I'll make that decision later. I don't even know if I'm gonna be doing a donation wall, to be honest. I'll have to see that one, but... Well, I'll figure that one out, later on. So close. Dang, you're really going out a lot, aren't you, Jack? Thank you, Jack, for being I think it's a legacy member, based on that. Want big letters? Okay. I'll get you some big letters, don't worry. But it is going to replace your sign, by the way. But I mean, that doesn't matter. I mean, most people probably want the big letters anyway, so it doesn't matter. To be honest, that's why I do it like that, because I'm like, okay, if somebody is willing to go that far, there's no point in doing a double sign. Why not just, why have them on both, on two separate membership, or two separate ways um, of looking at it? Instead, just have it on the largest contribution they gave. So, like for example, in this case, you're a member, which could give you a sign, but since you did the legacy, then it just replaces, instead of having a sign, you just replace it with the legacy membership. Oh, thank you. It's much appreciated. I think you've already donated like 90 something dollars or something like that. So it's 20, 50. No, 60, 80. No, it's over 100. 115. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Even though technically I don't really consider memberships as donations because they're not straight up donations, but maybe I'll consider it honestly. Because they are separate technically, super chats and memberships. Super chats are separate from memberships, and memberships are separate from Patreon because they're all separate like ways of supporting. So. But no, you still have one of the high. You're still one of the highest donators, regardless, even without the $25 membership, though. Yeah, I don't blame you, to be honest. It's 700 something. I'm just going with 700 because that's like the most significant number that I can remember. I think it was above 600 at least, but yeah, I don't blame you. That's quite a bit. I don't know. This person, well, don't forget, this person donated. It was over months of time, so it was like 3 or 4 months. This person donated. They would have like occasionally hand out a 20. I mean, they donated $200 in one stream, but that was once ever. So, which I mean, that was a lot of the money at the time. So, oh yeah, don't worry, you have plenty of time. Don't forget, this channel goes from the overworld to the nether to the end. Like, I'm still continuing the channel. You have tons of time. I'm not. When I say highest donor, this is like total donations, by the way. I'm talking like over the course of the channel. God dang it. It's pretty funny, but course of the entire channel. Which was $700 for Dark Wobbly Time Lord, which is a membership, legacy member. I actually got a double legacy membership, which doesn't really give you anything, but I mean, it was kind of a flex, to be honest. It was a massive flex. Sounds like a pretty good idea. That's pretty crazy. 250,000 repairs, or 250,000 Endermen for just repairing tools. I killed the Ender Dragon 1,000 times at this point, which actually I wonder how much Enderman that is. I wonder. Or I wonder how many mobs that is if you converted it. Because I know there's XP calculators, I'm pretty sure, online, so. But I'm not too sure. Like, if they have ones for something like that. I mean, I know you can do your own calculations if you just understood the thing. If you understood the... Also, by the way, when I say $700 is the like the most donations, I'm not counting Patreon, by the way. I'm talking about pure donations. If I'm talking about pure donations, he's definitely not the highest. There's another person named Aaron or Everest that has been a legacy member for 2 years or something like that. I don't think it was actually 2 years. They donated over $1,000 if you're accounting for Patreon. So, I mean, the $700 from Dark Wobbly is just pure donations, not accounting for Patreon. So, I don't think so. Wait, I'm gonna check real fast. I don't think so, but I'm gonna check. Because when I talk about donations, I'm not really talking about the memberships. Mainly just talking about because a membership is slightly different than an actual just donation. So they're a different way to support. Let's see. It is so 25. Okay, so this person donated one account 390 and another account 650. They've been donating $55 per month. Actually, wait, no. $25 since July 13th of 2020 and $30 per month for August 2021. Around $1,000 in the past roughly 2 years of and still giving. So that's just Patreon though. I don't remember how much they actually donated on stream. I think it was like $200 or something like that. I need to build them a beast trigger sign. Since they made a bet. They were saying if I give you $1,000 over time in donations and Patreon, pretty much. Or I just give you $1,000 like of support. I don't think it was specifically donations, but you know what, I'm just gonna I can't count donations, but I don't know if I should because I know donations are more of a commitment anyway. Um Nah, I'm not gonna count donations, but he just said get $1,000 for a beast trigger sign, and I was like, all right, and he reached $1,000 recently, so I need to build that. I'll build it probably after this section, and see what he thinks about it. So yeah, I'm just counting donations from super chats or uh, Streamlabs, because I also have Streamlabs as well, but oh, that'd actually be kind of nice. The problem is, I don't know if I could do that, can I? Does the PS5 have? I don't know if I can convert that. I could be totally wrong on that, but I don't know if I can convert the legacy version to PS5. And if I do convert it even to Bedrock, I don't know if I would still have the additions button if I converted it. Yeah, you'd have to mine absolutely perfectly for that, which is crazy, to be honest. Best case scenario. Theoretically, you could mine a world in a couple hundred hours, but that's only if it's like That's at literally task level. You can't even. I don't think you can even mine that fast because Minecraft won't even let you move that quickly. Because the thing is, you can mine every tick at 20 blocks per second. But the problem is Minecraft won't actually let you move that quickly. You can't move anything that quickly because you have speed 2, which gives you at like what 5.6 meters per second or something like that. I think a little bit faster than that. I think it's like close to 6. And you can only mine so fast with the even with the netherite pickaxe. So and you can only move at 6 meters per second. So unless you can move at like 10 to 15 meters per second, which I don't know how you would, at least realistically, while mining. One frame at a time. Oh Jesus, I couldn't even imagine. This is digitally downloaded. Yeah, 20 blocks per second is literally task level. Because it's fastest, it's the theoretical fastest speed you could mine. 'Cause every tick is 1/20th of a second, so or something like that. So I don't know what the theoretical speed is. Like that's only if the entire world was made of stone and it was perfectly at level 64. It's like perfect statistics. And like I don't it's literally impossible, so I think the issue though is if I get a disc, the biggest issue is that if I get a disc though, I don't get the additions button. I don't think I do. I know there's a complex way to get it, but most of the time it just disappears after an update. So I don't really know if I would even want to do a hassle like that. It sounds like an actual pain to do. If I even care about the new consoles, that is, because I really don't care that much. Mainly because I'm only really caring about this project, and everything else I care about has nothing to really do with console gaming. So I mean, yeah, I don't know, something like that. I think it'd be a huge hassle though to convert this to PS5. I would imagine though it would run pretty well, to be honest. Alright, so after this, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm going to be placing torches down for this section. And then I'm gonna make, and then I think I'm gonna end the stream after that. There's nothing else I can really do. I mean, I could move the beacons, but I think I'd rather keep that for the part 2 of this section. Which, what is the 8th? Maybe I'll work on it a little bit, but don't expect too much progress in the next, like, week or 2. Like, maybe a little bit next week, or like this week, technically. Um, don't expect a ton of progress. Expect a little bit of progress, maybe. But the next week, don't expect much at all, honestly. Actually, that week and the next week. 2 weeks. This week is like my final week where I can actually make good progress. After that, I can, oh god, no. Don't expect almost any progress. And then after that, I'm not too sure yet. I don't know how much progress you really do expect after that, so. Alright, see a waffle. I actually don't know if you could do that. That sounds pretty interesting, actually. 52 million blocks. It's 45 million for being realistic here, because 2 million, roughly 2 million of it is, um, roughly 2 million of it is bedrock, and the rest is water. Actually, no. 40 million. Go with 40 million actually blocks per second. So 40 million blocks per second divided by 20, or sorry, 40 million blocks divided by 20, I think, or something like that. And that's what you get. It's actually a really small amount of time. 2 million seconds doesn't sound like a long time, but it really isn't for a project this big. 40 million basically means like, um, means if you removed all the water and just removed all the water in your world, all you had was stone, dirt, stuff like that. Stone, dirt, sand, gravel, all the other blocks. So close. Oh yeah, I also need to take a screenshot. If anybody wants to take a screenshot, just tell me. Like whenever I finish, I'm gonna take a screenshot of the final section. If somebody else wants to take a screenshot, they can, but it's kind of up to them. Just tell me if you do. Like whenever I finish. And I'll wait a little bit. I'll let you guys do whatever screenshots. I'll also get rid of all the text, all the overlay, stream overlay. Hope that I didn't miss any blocks. I'm gonna go check real fast, double check any blocks. Because knowing me, I probably missed some, but not too sure. It's pretty easy to miss one, but it's also really easy to spot if you miss it. No, I'm not gonna clear out the Bedrock. Honestly, I really don't know what I'm gonna do with this world after I finish. To be kind of honest with you. Or this channel, actually. I really don't know. Oh my god, I really can't wait to finish this. Place every block back. There's gonna be so many jokes like that whenever I finish. They're gonna be like, oh yeah, so you mined an entire world, so now place them all back. There's gonna be so many memes like that. It's gonna be a meme in itself, honestly. I mean, this project itself is gonna be a meme, but, you know. Or at least it probably will be a meme. Which, honestly, I don't entirely mind that much, because it's like one of the best forms of attention. I mean, the attention I get doesn't matter, really. Whatever attention you get, because it's like, yeah, you gain power. Power, a lot comes from just attention, regardless of the attention it is. I mean, I think they say it's like not any form of attention, it's like any form of publicity is good publicity, or something like that. That's basically gonna be kind of this project in a nutshell. Or at least the way I view the amount of attention I get, regardless. I don't care if it's good or bad, to be honest. I mean, I'd prefer it to be good, but it doesn't have to be honest with you. It's still publicity regardless. It's all on camera. Well, sort of. It's like half on camera. Basically split the camera in half, threw away the other half, and started recording. Half this project is on camera, to be honest with you. A little over half, I would say. A little over half, I would say. I actually don't specifically know. I know it's over 2,000 hours, I'm fairly certain. Fairly certain it's over 2,000 hours of mining. Or mostly mining. On stream. It's like 1,800 something, and then these few streams that I've done, I need to add them to the playlist. You can even see the amount of hours I put into it on the playlist, on the live stream playlist. You can see how many hours I've streamed this project. Alright, there we go. That's an entire major section depleted, finally. My god, it's finally almost here. It's hard to believe. It's finally done. My god. What's up, Pie Man? Also, if you're wondering about the ores on the ground, I think I'm just gonna leave them. Maybe I'll mine a few, but I think for the most part I'm gonna keep them on the ground. I mean, I could mine them up. I don't know how long that would take though, and I don't really know if it's really worth it, to be honest. Okay, I'm gonna do a little screenshots. If you guys want some, you can do it. If I can actually stop lagging. Not for the section, but for the final section. Okay, should be fine. Alright, that should be fine. That's a perfect view, honestly. Yeah, that's pretty much perfect. What the heck? I'll do a little bit more. That should work. Oh, that's perfect. This is as good as it's probably gonna get. Alright, I'm gonna get rid of all these real fast. Alright, that should work. Let's see. Take a few. Okay, that should be fine. Hopefully you guys got some screenshots. Actually, wait, give me a sec. Yeah, I'm gonna go do something real fast while you guys do that. Alright, I'm back. Hopefully you guys got screenshots, whoever wanted them. If anybody did want them, that is. Alright, that should be fine. Yeah, I'll save it, don't worry. Thank you, Pie Man, for that $1 donation. Or 99¢. It's much appreciated. Okay. Let's see here. I think this is a good time to probably do some torching. Actually, wait, I'm gonna go get rid of all these. All these ores real fast. Before I do that. Honestly, without mending, this project I think is impossible. Or, I mean, it's not possible. I mean, you could do villagers, but it'd still be really annoying. To be kind of honest with you. Because you'd have to literally buy a pickaxe every single time you need a new one. You better hope you have a good farm to do that for this. No, skirt. I'm gonna just do all the ores. Since I'm already heading over here for some reason, even though I probably shouldn't be heading over here. Or I don't really need to head over here. Let's see if I grab all the coal. before I do anything else like that. Just to get out of the way. If it isn't stacked, or if at least I need stacked coal. I'll have andesite and stone. So I love how I carry that randomly. Good enough. I have a ton of coal. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if 10 people. Actually, 10,000 people, I don't know. I can imagine 10,000 people, but at the same time, it's still a lot of people to join this. I can totally understand 10 people, 10 people, 1,000. 10,000 people watching this. Apparently my grammar's just gone down the drain. Which, I mean, doesn't say too much, to be honest. To be kind of honest with you. I mean, really doesn't. I have a ton of coal. I have like over at least 100,000 pieces minimum. Absolute minimum. It's 100k. 100k. Oh yeah, all my sweet diamonds as well. The nice chest full of diamonds. I'll check how much I have in a minute. There actually isn't that much iron, as you would think. I mean, coal is always consistent, but iron really isn't that consistent. To be honest with you. Dude, this on 2B2T. My god, dude. They're already doing it. I don't have to do anything. Just set up a... Imagine making like a forest that just mines the entire world, or mines as much as possible. They just mine chunks in the world. Just hire a team. A chunk crew. I don't know, something like that. Something random to think about. That'd be a really odd forest and such a random idea. Imagine if you made a... Imagine making a crew that specifically did that. Their entire purpose was just to mine the entire world. I'm surprised there isn't a crew that just goes and blows up the entire world single-handedly. Just only blows up the world. That's all they do. That's their only objective in the entire world. I wonder why there hasn't been a crew like that. Unless there is and nobody's talked about it, but I haven't heard anything about that as a possibility. Or somebody even doing that at all. You know, one of the biggest shock factors of this project is the amount of gold I get. It's basically nothing, to be honest with you. I get practically no gold on this project. I don't know why, but it's a thing for some reason. still don't know why I have stone there, but whatever. Actually, I'll do that in a minute. When I calculate everything. Oh, dang it, go down, please. Thank you. What do you mean, have I lost or earned money? I mean, it depends on what you mean by losing money. I mean, I've always gained money on this project. I've never had a circumstance where I'd lose money. Okay, how much do I have? $41. Oops. $2,600 diamonds. I've definitely gained money, but... So, if I mine all these diamonds right now, I would get over 5,000. 5,000. And that's below average, by the way, so it's almost guaranteed 5,000 diamonds for the entire... For that right there. Only 5... I wouldn't say only 5,000, but 5,000 for that section. Oop. And that's not accounting my other 11,000 diamonds that I have in the double chest, wherever it's at. Right here. Oh yeah, I actually thought about building a house just for the lols. Just for the memes. What was that? Why is there a you know what? I'll take it. I don't know why there's a shulker box, a random shulker box, in one of these chests, but sure, I'll take it, honestly. I would definitely take it. I don't remember having a shulker box in there, but let's go with that. Sure, game. How much to have your name in diamond? Oh god. I think I'm gonna reserve that, to be honest with you, for the final, because I'm making a monument for this world. The 100% monument for the world. So I think that's gonna be reserved for the final. So it's very exclusive. Or I made it exclusive. Actually, I'm gonna put this in here. No, I'll just do this. Whatever. Good enough. It's like diamond has to be reserved for the final 100% monument. I mean, I did gold. I mean, I guess if you wanted to, oh jeez, no. I'm not making that out of beacons. I mean, if you wanted it out of, um, if you wanted it out of lapis, I can do that. It's slightly different than all the redstone ones, but Or iron. Actually, well, actually, if you want that, I'll wait till, I need to wait till later. Oh god, I don't think I have enough emeralds to do that. I mean, I could do it, I just don't know if I'll actually. I could do it, it'd just take a while to get that many emeralds. Because remember, these are diamond block, I mean, emerald blocks, and that's a ton of emeralds. I mean, you should see how big the actual, I mean, I could definitely do it. No, it's fine. Like, I mean, this is quite a few blocks. To spell an entire name. I think it's interesting that Kilo is a member, or was a member, on this channel for a while. Alright. Oh, it's PayPal, and I love how that's perfectly to the end portal. That was literally perfect. To it, perfectly to it. My god, have mercy, this lag. It's gonna kill me. I still don't know why it's lagging like that. Alright, I'm gonna get all the stone and, or not stone, dirt, put it in the chest, and then I'm gonna make some torches, put down the torches, and then end the stream. That's pretty much the plan. I can definitely see that. I've heard a few people say about this being ASMR. Is there diamond ore? I saw diamond ore somewhere. Oh, 19 diamonds. Alright, well, I will deal with that in a minute. What is that? Some kind of squiggle. Looks like a little signature. My god, that was so perfect. What the heck? Alright, well, it's time to... Yep, I'm just contemplating if I should throw those away or not. I don't even use my elytra that often, to be honest with you. It's kind of fun just traveling at the bottom of the world. It may take a little bit longer, but I mean, it's not that much longer, considering, you know, it's only an 800 by 800 world. Like, so traveling itself doesn't take too long. And then, my God, I can't believe I'm finally on this section though. It's kind of crazy. It's only crazy because it's gonna go by so fast. I don't know what this channel is what's gonna hit me with this channel, but or like how these people are gonna respond to this channel or this project, or how new people are going to respond. So that's the thing I'm kind of nervous about is like just how new people will respond to this channel. I mean, for the most part, it's been like 98% positive. I'm not even that worried about the negative comments. I don't know. It's interesting. Like I can't deny that, but I'm just kind of nervous because the amount of pressure. It's really just the pressure. That would be crazy. Just the sheer amount of pressure I'm gonna get from the final stream. It's gonna be crazy. Also, coal, torch is the only thing I use for coal, by the way, at the moment. I used to use it to smelt sponges, like dry them, but that was very inefficient usage of my coal, so I'd rather just use it. I'll just, sure. I don't know why I went to the crafting table to do this, but whatever. Actually, I should make enough to actually, why is there obsidian in there? Forgot I have a ton of fireworks now. Ooh, wait a minute, blocks of coal. I had no idea I had this in here, what the heck? Half should be fine. I do enjoy the craftings of some of this version. I think I need to actually go to get my other shrimper box. This may be too many torches. What's up, Juanito? I think it's how you say that. Dang, that was perfect. What the heck, dude? What is with all these perfect alignments? Let's do that. Alright, that should be fine. Okay, yeah, awesome. I hope that's enough. I don't really know though. Never mind, I'll get some more. At least I don't have to worry about signs. At least I don't think I do. I'm not actually too sure though. That's hard to say. Just do a bunch of acacia logs. This may be too many, but I mean, whatever. Yep, this is kind of overkill. Whatever. Doesn't matter. That should be fine. I hope, at least. Alright, time to end and conclude this section with torches, and I'll be done with this section finally. Not accounting for... You know, a good thing about keeping the beacons above the ground floor is I don't have to deal with them. I don't have to deal with moving them around, which is pretty cool, to be honest. They're just kind of a pain to move whenever I actually have to move them. It's the only time. By the way, this takes a lot of concentration. It's really easy to mess this up. If I was like a robot, I could probably do this, but I'm not that. Oh, maybe if I get a good little rhythm going. Problem is, if I do mess up, there's no indication to know if I messed up or not. Just delete the channel, yeah, totally. Funny enough, that would like almost delete it. That would almost remove its entire purpose of like just the entire purpose of the channel, which is literally just documentation of this project. It's pretty much the entire, at least the main purpose of this channel. I'm not saying I can't do it for anything else, but its main purpose is documentation. So, because I knew how big this project was, so I had to make a channel over it. Let's be honest. This channel's so big, why not make a channel? I mean, this project's so big, why not make a channel over it? Well, I'm collecting a bunch of blocks, apparently. It's still lagging. Even now. God dang it, man. I don't know. I just picked this pattern. I don't know why I picked it. It just kind of looks cool. Besides that, I have no other reason for picking it. I mean, look how cool this looks. Look at like one direction, like a diagonal, and then you can see a bunch of other diagonals and stuff like that. I don't know. I just looked cool. It was kind of random, to be honest. It was kind of spur of the moment. And I've kept it ever since the beginning of the project, so I decided to just keep going with it. Why not? I don't know, it's pretty trippy. It makes the world a little bit more unique as well, keeping the torch pattern. Or having a torch pattern at all, instead of having it with nothing at the bottom. It kind of like marks the territory of this project, if that makes sense. I mean, the main reason is because it's easier to transverse, but I mean, there's some sub reasons, or like some minor reasons it could be okay. And justifiable, honestly. Also, apparently somebody did the calculations. It was like 62,000 torches or something like that. 62,000 torches placed down. Somewhere around there, at least. Which, I mean, is an okay amount of torches. I don't know how much that actually is in reality. Like, what that would even look like. But, I don't know. So yeah, it's really unfortunate I'm not getting these diamonds, but I mean, maybe I'll get them later. At some point. I mean, it's 2-3 pattern over a period of 700. Remember, it's like 760. The surface area of this world is like 750,000 blocks or something like that. So, and I'm spacing them every 3 blocks. 3-1 blocks. So like every one. So it's like 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, something like that. I don't know. Actually, no, it's technically 2. I don't know. I don't remember what the calculations were, to be honest with you. Let's say, well, 60,000 torches is quite a bit, actually, but I mean, I guess for a project like this, it doesn't sound crazy, to be honest. But I mean, at the same time, it also isn't like. I mean, these torches are placed pretty sparingly for the most part. Fairly. Because if it's 3 by 3, and there's only one next to the other one, so. Whatever. I don't know. Actually, no, it's technically 858 by 858, but I mean, I'm not going into any specifics on that. I just go with 862 by 862 just to keep the math simple. I don't think I'm technically mining 862 by 862. It's more like 860 by 858 or something weird number. But just to keep it, simple and not overcomplicate the math as much as it already is. But I don't know, to be honest. God dang you. I love how I lag going. I don't lag going forward, but I go lag going backwards. It's really odd. Okay, I lag going this direction, but I don't go lag going the other direction. At least not as much that I've noticed. Which is actually take a little bit longer than I think they do. Place down. Dude, this stream has still been crazy though. What's up, Deep Burritos? Yes, I did. I did finish it. That's pretty interesting. What the heck? Alright. I didn't know that thing. I didn't know that's a thing, but it's pretty interesting. That's really odd. I had no idea you could even do that. What the heck? What? That's pretty funny. It's pretty crazy at the same time. Yeah, imagine. Imagine there really aren't that many good outcomes. I don't think I've ever seen a good outcome when it comes to drug use. It's not. 'Cause I mean, oh, painkillers, yeah, methamphetamines. I don't blame people. It's a painkiller. I mean, it's literally direct pain. People trying to get rid of their pain. What did I learn that from? I forgot. It's one video I saw. What it talks about. Oh, never mind. I don't remember. That sounds pretty crazy. Stay up a whole week straight on dopamine, basically. Dang, dude, that's pretty intense stuff. Guess it's like a freedom factor. I'd imagine it's freedom factor type of thing. Yeah, I'd imagine. Deep you could really go into it. Oh God. Wait, what do you mean we have it in our genetics? Oh, you're just talking about like advantageous features, basically. I can definitely see that actually. You're really lucky I have chat not have the messages, like limited chat messages or limited consecutive chat messages. You're really lucky I don't have that. Honestly. No, it's just limited messages. It's like you can only send like 5 messages at a time, and then I think you just get timed out or something like that. Consecutive messages. It's just to prevent messages from being spammed over and over again. In terms of time, it should be like 2 weeks, but I think that 2 weeks is gonna be stretched out to like a whole month or something like that. It just depends. This is so hard to multitask. Doing these torch patterns with trying to look at chat is very difficult actually. Just because it's so precise and it's pretty hard. It's pretty easy to mess up. $15,000 torches. I don't think it's that little. I'm pretty sure it's more. I forgot what the calculations were though, to be honest with you. I mean, it's hard to help, but it's like a torch placed every, so it's one torch, so it's like 1 block, 2 block, 3 block, and then it's the fourth torch, and then it's 4 torches going to, so you have to do each direction consecutive, or each direction. Like how many, what's the percentage of torches to block ratio from one axis to the other axis? So like, this is the z-axis, so like what's the percentage of torch to block for the z-axis? And then the percentage block to torch for the x-axis. And then you just multiply those together to get the surface area, the average surface area for a torch, and you pretty much get that. So for every 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. So for every 9 blocks, there are 4 torches. And for the Z, and for every 9 blocks there are 3 torches. So it's 4 to 9 ratio and a 3 to 9 ratio for each side consecutively. Then you just multiply the average or whatever it is. Something like that. I'm gonna concentrate for a little bit, so maybe maybe may not be talking for a little bit, so What's up, sleep demon? Alright, see ya, Jack. See you later. Also, thank you for the muns. It's much appreciated. 15,000 torches. That's actually not that much, to be honest with you. It seems like a lot more. I don't know why. I mean, 15,000 torches is still nothing to, you know, write home about. I mean, it's not like a ton of coal, but dang, that's still pretty unreasonable amount of coal. Coal. Did I say torches? I meant coal. You said 15,000 coal. No, I would not be updating to Caves and Cliffs. It would destroy the entire point of the project, and because actually that's the main reason. Oh wait, oops, I forgot I was muted. um, so I'm not updating to Caves or Cliffs, because it would ruin the entire point of the project, um, and because, what was the other one? What was the other question? Wait, what was the other question? I saw another question. Oh, how long will it take? Oh yeah, okay. So, hopefully I finish it by September. The ocean? The ocean was like the size of an old world on its own, by the way, if you're curious. 256 by pretty close to 256 by 256. The entire ocean. I'll be destroying the nether. I will try to make a world download. I'm not too sure what to do though, or how to do it. Because it's a very obscure version. I'll figure out something. It's obscure because you can't really. I mean, I can convert it to Java, or well, I can convert it to Bedrock Windows 10 and then convert it to Java. That's the only thing I can do though. So I can make a realm on PS4. Uh, like I can make a realm on Bedrock, or I can convert it to PS4 Bedrock, and then make a realm and then convert it to Windows 10, like download it on Windows 10, and then convert it to Java. It's quite the I can make a Bedrock download, I'm fairly certain. It's gonna be really messy. And the only reason it's really messy is because all the walls aren't perfectly, the walls won't be, that will have water and lava pouring down them. So that's gonna be fun. changed my expectations a lot, don't worry. I wouldn't say update it a lot. I really don't update it that often. I'm not gonna lie. I really don't. More, I update it less than I should. Or at least the Q&A section, I update it less than I should. Consider making another mod. I'll consider it.
Alright, see Demaritos. I'll consider having new mods, especially since it's going to be the end of the stream or the end of the end of the project. Hey, I mean, you're a pretty good candidate. Same with Demon Doritos. You're a pretty good candidate for being a mod, especially since you've been here for a while. You might be more motivated to do things if you're a mod, though, to be honest. What's up, Raffy? You missed a donation train earlier. Yeah, I'll consider adding new mods, especially if it gets bigger. Yeah, you missed a donation train. A person named Jack donated, yeah, that's why. It was because Jack, that person, they donated $20. Who was it? So it was Waffle and Jack. So Waffle donated $20, and then Jack donated $20, and then Jack donated $50, and they gifted memberships. They became a member and then gifted memberships. 10 memberships, which is pretty cool. They should be placed correctly. Oh yeah, I didn't know you could gift memberships. Well, I saw it, but I didn't see it in the options. Like I know I could make memberships. I didn't know there was an option for, I didn't see an option for gifting memberships. Yeah, it's very new for YouTube. They just added it this summer, I think it was. I knew on Twitch you could do it. I just didn't know you could do it on YouTube. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Dang it. It is very easy to recorrect these torches, though, to be honest. So even though it's very precise, it's really easy to correct them. What's up, Jay? So, I think it's because you're not, are your subscriptions privated? Because if they are privated, that means, I didn't, I didn't get any notification of it, and I don't think it would update. I don't think it updates unless you, have your subscriptions public. I don't know why it's like that, but, because I didn't get any notification of it, so. Streamlabs doesn't even notify it for some reason. Either that or you were already subscribed at one point. Um, but I don't know. Okay, so right now I'm just placing torches in a section that I've been mining for months now, and pretty much the entire scope of the project is to mine an entire legacy console classic size world. That's the entire goal, and I'm at 98%. There's a small little section I have to do that I'll be starting soon. And I'm almost done. I've been doing this project for like 4.5 years now. Unfortunately, I made it a solo project a long time ago because one of my friends couldn't join, so I basically just vowed to do this thing solo. There's more details than that, but that's like the gist of it. The gist of it. It's a little bit more complex than that, but so a while back, it used to be I used to have a friend. He's actually the person who did this project, helped me with the project with the first video, the intro to Bedrock Massacre, which is what this entire project is called. The intro to Bedrock Massacre, that person, that was my friend that used to help me, at least small amounts, for a while, and then after a certain point he couldn't join. We don't know why. We had troubles joining each other's worlds. We could join other people's worlds, we just couldn't join each other's after a certain point, and then yeah, it just kind of went down south after that. So I decided to just do this project myself. So it was the winter, so November, December 2017 is when I started. Actually committed to the project, I guess you could say. Like the channel was like pure commitment to the project. It was when I actually set off to do the project, was the channel. I technically started before it, but yeah, it's like 4.5 years roughly for the entire project. A little over 4.5 years. Pretty close to 5 years though, to be honest. Nearly 5 years. If you account for all the resource gathering and the stuff before that, like if you count all the stuff before it, then it's about 5 years. I started in survival. What's up, big nut? So, yeah. This was pure survival. It was just the fact that this was a survival world a whole year before I even started the project. Back in 2016, this world was, November 2016 is when I made this world, and I didn't even, like, consider this a project until, like, August of 2017. And then the start of the project itself was December, so it's kind of a complicated backstory to be honest, but I mean, it's something. Now, what I would do, what I should have done was pretty much when my friend left, back at around March, I should have just restarted the project and started it all over again. I made a new intro video and stuff like that, just to keep everything like organized and like have proper ways of under documentation, like like a proper starting point, I guess you could say. Already have. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. But yeah, um, that's pretty much it. You know, I'll just make all of these torches for later on when I have to do when I do all the torching for the next section. Which is practically nothing, honestly, in terms of the amount of torches it takes to torch up the next section. I'll just keep it like that. That should be fine. Be able to finish it so fast. Whenever I finish this, I'll just end the stream. And then I'll figure out what I'm doing next. Maybe I'll make a community post next. Either tonight or like tomorrow sometime. It's basically just a community post that shows that like, hey, I'm literally almost done, so advertise to many share this channel to as many people as possible. Or whatever it is. Like, prepare for the ending, basically. It probably will be recognized, but I don't really know. It just depends on who really what influencer says something about this project, to be honest. I mean, let's be honest here, it could have its own category of history, I guess you could say. Like its own little niche of Minecraft projects, I guess you could say. It definitely will. It just depends on how many people like this project and the amount of people who and the types of people who show off this project to other people. Pretty much like how many big influencers say something about this, really. So after this project, I'm planning on doing the nether at the end. And then after that, I have no idea, to be honest. Maybe play some mini games or like specialize into a mini game. I don't know. Maybe have some fun with Minecraft or something. I don't know. I don't really have like huge plans after, so I don't entirely know what I want to do after. We'll have to see though. If there's anything really that interesting. I know people say that a lot, but if there's like something I want to do in this game, I don't really care too much. I usually don't get sick of games unless I just I mean, I could get sick of games. It just depends on my motivation towards the game, I guess. Like if there's anything that I really actually just want to do in the game, then I'll do it. But I mean, in terms of actually just getting sick of the game as a whole, not really, to be honest. It's more like just lack of motivation, to be honest. If I don't have any motivation into Minecraft, then I probably won't play Minecraft. But honestly, that's not always the case. Sometimes I can just find motivation in things where I didn't before, so. 15,000 coal is how much went into the torches total. At least once I finish. What's up, Ethan? 15,000. It's 61,000 torches and 15,000 coal or whatever it is. Something like that. Obviously, that's not accounting for all the stuff that's on the ground that takes the place of a torch or whatever, but I mean, it's pretty close. Yeah, I'm on peaceful. I'm not dealing with food, honestly. The end is way easier because it's a much smaller place, much shorter time. The overworld is probably the most difficult if you're talking about pure endurance. Like if you're talking about pure time sink, it's definitely the most difficult purely based off of the time sink. But the Nether is probably the most difficult just in terms of how hard it's going to be just to get rid of stuff in the Nether. But the overworld is just probably the most difficult purely for its amount of time it takes to do. It's a mine up entirely. It's just a light, yeah, it's just to light up the area, make it look nice, make it look a bit more unique as well. There isn't actually a real good reason for these torches, but it's also a good way to like mark the world. It's a good way to mark the sections that I've mined, stuff like that. It's not like there's a really good reason, to be honest with you. But it also doesn't take much commitment either to do these torches, so it's not like that reason isn't even that it has to be that good in the first place. Even then, no reason really has to be good. I mean, there's reason, it's got a reason in the first place. It's just something you're trying to figure out to justify. I mean, not every reason has to be good. I'm not saying all reasons. I would say all reasons kind of need something, but like they don't have to have a good reason. Like you don't always need a good reason to do something. Unless it's something that's straight up affecting you in some negative way, I would say, or affecting other people in a negative way, but I don't know. Like the fact that reasons, I would say, they don't have to. I'm not gonna do the nether roof, unless you're talking about the netherrack and the nether roof, but the nether roof in itself, I'm definitely not getting rid of. But I would say all reasons have to have, at least they shouldn't be negative towards yourself or other people, and negative in itself is also kind of subjective, but um, um, but not all reasons have to be good though. So like all reasons I would say in themselves shouldn't be bad, but I would say all reasons don't have to be good either though. So it's like very neutral approach to it. I would say at least. I don't really know though. I think I only have two more columns left, or rows in this case. Yeah, I plan on clearing the lava. That's gonna be the hardest part though, for sure. no doubt in that one. I'm pretty sure everybody would agree with me on that one too. Oh no, we have 4 more. Um, I would say I have like 70 hours of total gameplay for the next section. No, 60. I'd say 60. 50 to 60. That's of gameplay though. That's not a count of total hours. So it's probably going to be, if you account for breaks and stuff like that, it's probably going to be close to 75 hours. 75 to 100 hours if you're accounting for breaks and stuff like that. Oh yes. I'm considering it. I'm considering making a few more mods, a few candidates. All right, there we go. Torches are placed. All right, I'm gonna go into the stream now. That was a pretty good stream. It was actually a great stream. Yeah, it's good for now. Finally, on the last part of this section. Technically, it's 431 by 30, I think, technically, but I mean, honestly, I don't know. So, 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, so I have to go to here. Yeah, it's technically 30 blocks, but I don't know. Keep it consistent. Alright, I'll see you guys later. See you, Randall.